Right, good morning everybody. We are a few minutes late and you all can hear me, and I'm just asking on Zoom, is everything okay? Could they hear us? If you can ask, we've got 17 people on Zoom, and on behalf of VPHA and AGV as a conference organizer or coordinator, I really welcome you. Just a few health and safety issues. You know where the toilets are, you know the fire exits, and something new which is important to know. This hotel today has got 4 defibrillators. One at the reception and one in the corridor here. And there are 2 more defibrillators in this room. One implanted in Mick and one implanted in me. So if in unlikely event somebody drops dead, so you start breaking that person's ribs, you start CPR, and by the time somebody brings defibrillator, except Mick and me, you start breaking our ribs without defibrillator, that one. But even it doesn't hurt. I've experienced it, and it doesn't hurt even when you are electrically shocked. On that personal note, just the briefest note to thank you all for your personal messages that you were sending me last year when I was lying in a hospital and recovering from. In a true spirit of One Health, 10 veterinary colleagues broke my ribs for half an hour and give me 6 electric shocks, and then medics helped me further to be where I am today. It's true One Health. And thank you all, and thank you for your messages. And that's it about today. And now, to open the conference, I'll ask our presidents to do so. Please.
Thank you, Murdoch. It's always a hard task for Murdoch, isn't it? We formally opened the conference last night at the conference dinner. I'm very pleased to see that just about everybody, I think everybody who's at the dinner is here this morning, and everybody looking fresh. So that's wonderful. Thank you. And also delighted to welcome many other day attendees who have come for the day, and also people online, what appears for the agenda schedule of a very exciting and diverse and interesting conference. So on behalf of Association of Government Veterinarians, welcome. And we'll hand you over to Mike.
Thanks, Mick. Welcome everyone, and thanks for your attendance today. I hope you all had a fabulous dinner last night. And just to say again, sorry, I am still in the same shirt. But in the interest of sustainability, I thought it was probably a good idea to say welcome everyone, a delightful day ahead, a few thank yous, a wonderful Congress team, Milorad, star as ever, Juan, Reaney, and not forgetting Simon, who's coordinated us all nicely, and our wonderful VPHA ambassador from the students' body, who are here to coordinate and run the day. I also have a special thank you to E&J for facilitating Juan and Simon to help us and support us on this day. So to E&J, thank you very much. Let's get on with it. Let's get the first presentation, and welcome everyone.
But before we start, just a special welcome. This wouldn't have happened without these wonderful young people. Could you please stand up to embarrass you a little bit? And that we all thank you for being here today with us. This is your conference. You gave the idea about this conference last year at the last conference, and we all are inspired by you being here. Thank you very much all. Now, I'm stepping back gradually from these conferences. I will let Juan to run the show in the morning, and Anthony will run the show in the afternoon. I will be somewhere behind the corner. I attended many of these conferences, but being in organization and running around, you usually don't listen to what people say. I really would like to listen today to all the speakers and then and to understand and learn a lot from them. So on that note, I will let Juan to run the morning session, and the students are going to chair the sessions later on, and we are just behind here to help you in your role, all in a flexible way as we usually do. Juan.
Thank you, Milora. Buenos días, dobre jutro, buona adivinanza, buonasera, dzień dobry, and good morning. I think kalimera as well. I think we cover all the languages around here. Anyone are listening? I didn't get that one, but that one as well. Okay, as Milora said, excuse me, I'm going to be facilitating things, but the stars are the student or ambassadors, so those are the ones I'm going to be introducing each of the speakers. So let's get on. I believe, Vicky, you're the first one, so please, go ahead.
Hi there, so we're just going to start off by introducing ourselves. My name is Becky Jenkins, I'm a 4th year April Vet student at the University of Nottingham.
Good morning, nice to meet everyone. I'm Rebecca Walford and I'm a 4th year vet student at the Royal Veterinary College. So we're going to introduce our first speaker today, Dragan Antic. Is a senior lecturer in veterinary public health at the Institute of Infection, Veterinary and Ecological Sciences, University of Liverpool. He is a veterinarian with a background in food safety and diplomas of European College of Veterinary Public Health, subspecialty food science. His main research interests are in policy-led food science and food microbiology topics, mainly in the epidemiology of foodborne pathogens and developing interventions to control them in the meat chain. His ongoing work is in developing the framework for the risk-based meat safety assurance system, where official meat inspection is incorporated with producers' food safety management systems. He is a member of FSA's advisory committee on the microbiological safety of food.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and I would like to thank organizers and Milorad for inviting me here to give this talk, and the talk is very timely because we just exited from the 4.5 year of European project and network that was formed to push this agenda forward at the European level. Just if I may digress slightly, I discussed earlier with Goran, ECBPH next year conference in Liverpool from 11 to 13th of September. I invite you all to come there. We will be talking about it much more over the next few months, and the invites will go out, and it is very good that we will be able to host as the UK to host this conference here as well. Right, so what am I going to present today is the past, the present, and the future. So why we need to change the meat safety systems as they are now today, what is the situation, and I will explain some practical use of some practical components of the risk-based thinking and risk-based approach, and also education. I'm an educator, and it is my great interest to convey the knowledge for the future generations. I'm sure that many of you will know this, but I need to give some background what is happening. So the meat inspection nowadays, as it exists, is something that was developed more than 100 years ago, and it was risk-based then. The problem is that it is not risk-based now. It was successfully controlling the main hazards and main zoonotic infections and livestock diseases at the time, which most of them we have successfully put under control. Some of them are eradicated, such as rinderpest, for example. And the problem is that nowadays we need to change it. If you think about it, what is successfully controlled nowadays, TB is obviously a big issue here in the UK, and visible lesions that this bacterium is producing in the meat are making it much easier for us meat inspectors and official veterinarians to control it. Some parasites as well. They are easily recognized, they are on the macroscopic level, so from that perspective, that's fine. But then again, if you look at what we have a problem nowadays, can you see some now here? Obviously you can't. Campylobacter, Aztec, antimicrobial resistant bacteria, the meat is pretty much the same. So if the meat inspection primary goal is to protect public health, is it doing it? That's the question. Is it risk-based? This is something that we need to discuss. So the hazards and relative risks changed and especially over the last 30 to 40 years, emergence of Campylobacter, of Aztec, of BSC, of many other microorganisms, especially antimicrobial resistance, making it that the meat inspection nowadays is, I wouldn't use the word obsolete, but it does have good points. If you think about it, traditional meat safety system is relying on two main strategies: the meat inspection per se, and also the end product laboratory testing. Meat inspection per se is very successful in controlling animal health and animal welfare hazards, and that's what it does very effectively. And it has provided invaluable contribution in the history and protecting our public from many diseases. The problem is that it's unsuccessful in detection of most relevant hazards today, and it can mediate cross-contamination while doing the post-mortem inspection. And it is not risk-based. It is not risk-based. On the other hand, end product testing is useful to some extent, but it is expensive, and the problem is that we still are getting the results that are delayed. We don't get the results in real time. So limited test performances, we still struggle with the sensitivity and specificity of very many tests that we are using today. It is not cost effective, and ultimately it goes against all the principles that were laid down in the European legislation, risk-based principles, proactiveness in terms of the hazard-based approach. This is reactive measure. We want to be proactive and not reactive. If you think about, for example, this is pigs. This is the example from pigs. These are all the hazards that we are successfully controlling nowadays while doing meat inspection. Pneumonia, pleuritis, pleurisy, abscesses, osteomyelitis, tail bites, pericarditis. If you look at this list, a very long list of the hazards, not one single of them is foodborne. Some of them are zoonotic, most of them are not. They are causing animal health problems. Animal welfare problems as well, but they have nothing to do with the food safety. And if the public health and food safety is a primary goal of meat inspection, then we are not doing something that is risk-based. On the other hand, these ones are that are meat-borne, and they are not successfully controlled. Not detected, as I said, bacteria and viruses, hepatitis E virus, some very small parasites, protozoa, we can't see them. We don't have any useful method of controlling them. On the other hand, Taenia solium or Taenia saginata, we do successfully control them. Do we actually? Because the very low sensitivity, some results, some research has shown that actually only 5% of existing cysts of Taenia saginata in the meat can be detected. So 95% of them go undetected. And obviously Trichinella we reliably control. And that's pretty much the only hazard, foodborne hazard, meatborne, that we reliably control. So we need to change something. So there is a need for modernization. The need for modernization has been recognized for decades, and it has been embedded in the European legislation over the last 20 years, with some keywords that are risk-based, precautionary principles, risk assessment, risk management, and so on. So all these concepts were addressed in the former meat inspection regulation to push from the traditional to a more visual meat inspection. But more visual in terms of providing the background and solid ground for making it more visual for young calves and finishing pigs. So what happened over the last 10 years? Pretty much what we had is only the registration on the visual inspection of pigs coming from the integrated holdings and so on. And that is the only thing that changed. So the new system should not be called really the meat inspection. It is risk-based, it should be meat chain orientated, and also very comprehensive, to combine a range of measures at the farm and abattoir level in an integrated way. So let's call it meat safety assurance from now on. And this is the word this is the term that we have been using over the years, meat safety assurance system. So risk-based because it is focused on high-risk meat-borne hazards, priority hazards, that may be some of them relevant for the UK, not relevant for some other countries. It is integrated from the farm to fork continuum, especially farm and abattoir events. And also it is not set in stone and unmovable, unchangeable, as we had over the last 120 years. It is dynamic and adaptable to changes. That's the whole idea of it. So EFSA, as most of you are aware, did a lot of work in this. They published a lot of opinions. These are the priority hazards that DEFRA actually provided and advised at average European level. At UK level, these hazards may be different, but at European level, they are these ones, the biological and the chemical hazards. And you can see here, not single one of them is detectable at the current inspection. And also they provided a generic framework for risk-based mid-safety assurance system, which I will describe in details now. So this EFSA work provided also some main elements. So the key words here, what we have been researching over the last 4 or 5 years, is the risk categorization of farms and abattoirs based on some newly introduced concepts, such as harmonized epidemiological indicators, targets, parasitological and microbiological targets, improved food chain information, performance assessment of the food safety management systems. All these are something that we still don't have in the mid-safety systems in the UK and also in Europe. Better analysis of food chain information, risk-based meat inspection per se, food safety systems which can use interventions when it is needed, and also the key role is risk manager, which will be official veterinarian and people from the food business operator side. So let's see how it looks like. Everything starts from the farm, obviously, and then we go to the abattoir, and also then we have slaughter and dressing and processing, including meat inspection, dressed carcass, chilling, and then we have chilled carcass. Chilled carcass is the target for meat safety assurance system. And you can see here, this red dashed line actually involves pre-harvest and harvest stage, before the carcasses are dispatched into the post-harvest stage to the consumer, to the distribution chain and to the consumer. So what happens here? Government plays a key role here to set the appropriate level of protection, which is how many cases of certain disease or certain foodstuff combination we expect to have in the country per year. And then, backwards, they set the food safety objective, which is a number proportion of the positive samples at the retail level, so immediately before consumption, which is actually the target for the food industry and for the governments to achieve appropriate level of protection. So what is the prevalence of salmonella in chicken meat, for example, in 1 year? Going backwards, they set clear targets or performance objectives for the industry to achieve. And this is clearly communicated to the industry in a proper way to be able to know what they need to achieve, to be able to meet this food safety objective at retail level, to be able to meet appropriate level of protection at the national level. Moving on backwards, there is a key role of risk manager, which is official veterinarian and food business operator. So what do they do? They do the risk categorization of farms and risk categorization of abattoirs, categorizing them into several categories. Now we have chosen 3 because this is easy. We can choose whatever we want, but high, low, and medium risk is something that we opted to. And then basically analysis of food chain information and balancing the risk categories, and then deciding what we need to do. And then making a decision how to process high-risk batches and high-risk farms, into which abattoirs. Shall we use interventions? Shall we use more detailed meat inspection or just visual meat inspection? And then decision whether we are going to implement some reactive interventions, such as hot water washing of carcasses, steam pasteurization, lactic acid washing, which is accepted for beef, for example. And then the food business operator has responsibility ultimately to achieve the target that was set out by the government. So, almost 10 years have passed from introducing this concept into the scientific community and overall from EFSA side. So what happened? Not much. Unfortunately, not much. That's why we set out to form a European network, which we called Risk-Based Meat Inspection and Integrated Meat Safety Assurance, or shortened REMIS, to develop a network to combine and strengthen the European-wide effort to modernize meat safety controls. The action lasted for 4.5 years and virtually ended 2 weeks ago on 3rd of September. It was led by Professor Bojan Blagojevic and Dr. Lisa Alban from Denmark. The ideas behind the REMIS was we all knew that we were doing something on our national level, but basically all these kind of separate activities are not producing good results if they are separated. So we joined forces to establish effective links between us, but also between industry and policymakers, and also to exchange the views and experience, because the European market is for us the biggest one actually, next to our door. And also, as an educator, very important to develop a training platform, which we did, and I'll show you later. We had more than 270 participants from pretty much all European countries. We were very active to include every single European country as possible, so to spread the message and spread the idea about this. From the UK, the active involvement was from our side in Liverpool, RVC, and also Food Standards Agency, and we did contribute quite a lot in the network. Some other international partners were also there, United States, for example, New Zealand, and so on. So we had, just briefly, basically, we had 5 groups. The first group was tasked to define the scope and targets of the mid-safety assurance system and to define who the future risk managers will be, what kind of competencies they will have, what kind of education they will be provided. The second group was at farm level controls and risk categorization. The third group was abattoir level controls and risk categorization. This one was led by me. I was the working group leader. The fourth group was to investigate the changes of the meat inspection and how these changes will affect animal health and animal welfare. And finally, obviously, everything is about dissemination and training. So the fifth group was to develop training manuals and to provide the training. So we covered pretty much all the aspects that are needed for this particular story. How did we work? We were using expert elicitation. We ran a lot of systematic reviews and meta-analysis. We did a lot of surveys of European food business operators and European competent authorities and official veterinarians. We developed a few models, some of them I will present today, and we also were combining research at national level, so from different perspectives. And we had great many dissemination efforts. Lot of workshops, 3 online training schools, lots of conferences and short-term scientific missions. There was a stakeholder event in Brussels a couple of months ago where we presented our findings to the European Commission, to EFSA, to European stakeholders as well, and also a lot of newsletters and digests. Some of you may have received some of emails from us, including newsletters, and a lot of training materials, more than 1,000 pages collected to date. Scientific papers, a lot of scientific contribution and output. So I will describe a few practical uses of what we think about risk-based and how it should be used. There are many examples, and it was very difficult for me to choose which one to present. Some of these that are listed here are very interesting, and some of them have immediate practical implementation and use. So to be able to understand why we developed several models, I will just briefly describe some of the surveys and what the situation is nowadays in European meat industry and competent authorities. Before that, I will just have to briefly outline the key concept behind the risk-based approach. We can't really have a risk-based meat inspection and meat safety assurance unless we know what the risk level is from the incoming animals, from the farms, and from the respective slaughterhouses. To be able to do that, EFSA developed this kind of concept, which is called harmonized epidemiological indicators. Some of you know about it, and I will just briefly describe. Basically, these indicators are microbiological or parasitological testing, so prevalence, concentration, or incidence of certain priority hazard at certain level of the food chain, from the farm to the chilled carcass. Or they can be in the form of audits or evaluation of certain process hygiene and that kind of things. So if you think about Salmonella, for example, testing at farm or auditing farm biosecurity and practices can give you idea about the herd and flock related risk. If you transport animals to the slaughterhouse, if you check animal cleanliness, that can give you idea about the batch related risk immediate to that particular processing day. And then abattoir process hygiene related risk is to do with the testing at the abattoir level. Testing of the feces, for example, testing of the carcasses pre-chilling, post-chilling, and this has been developed for pretty much, proposed by EFSA actually, by pretty much all the priority hazards. So what is the situation nowadays regarding these indicators that were actually proposed 10 years ago? The situation is very that they are very poorly implemented. For example, we run a survey of FBOs and official veterinarians, how much FCIs and indicators are implemented and what is needed. So 33 countries surveyed in the European Union and widely in Europe, and the overall conclusion is that food chain information are poorly developed and they are not providing the risk-based information for the risk managers at the abattoir level. Indicators for growers are mostly implemented, but only the ones for which there is a regulatory framework, such as Campylobacter and Salmonella, mostly based on the existing European legislation or microbiological criteria, not for the other ones that actually EFSA proposed. For the pigs and for the bovine, the situation is even worse. Pretty much nothing has been developed so far. So there is a plenty of opportunity to research, for example, in this area. On the other hand, from the abattoir side, we also run a very comprehensive survey of the European competent authorities to identify gaps, how much risk categorization of the abattoirs is used in Europe, if at all. So we targeted all 4 main species and competent authorities from European countries. As you can see here, most of this research has been published and it is freely available on our website. I will give you links later where you can find all these papers and you can read more if you want. They are open access, so anyone can access it. So what our survey showed, so that out of 18 countries that responded, you can see these countries here, that responded to our research, our survey, 14 had some abattoir risk categorization implemented. The problem is that the main parameters, problem is that no science-based method was actually provided and used for developing risk categorization method. No country has formally included harmonized epidemiological indicators, which are a cornerstone for any risk categorization. And all the respondents reported that there was no integration between the farm and abattoir side, which is the key message for new modernized meat controls. But 80% of them wanted us to develop some risk categorization science-based method for them to be used. So, and that's what we set out to do. So what kind of risk categorization method? What we want from it? How to look like? It must be science-based. It must be science-based. It must be able to defend itself, that it is grounded in a proper science. It should be practical, and then it should be designed for both competent authorities and FBOs as a benchmark tool, control tool, or for the competent authorities to adopt the frequencies of the official audits. And also should be based on the main priority hazards. That's the key thing. If you think about, you will say, we already have that. We have performance hygiene, process hygiene, we test for Campylobacter, we test for Salmonella, and so on. And that is something that you can call outcome-based food safety management system performance assessment. But is that enough? If you look at this situation here, where both of these abattoirs have pretty much the same level of microorganisms as tested per microbiological criteria legislation, but one of them has high level of contamination coming in and very good hygiene practices, and the other one actually managed to increase the contamination from the entry point. Which one is better? So we can't say, because we did not actually evaluate what is going on in the slaughterhouse. But on the first look, they look the same. So this is not good enough. Or the other scenario, where, for example, you have low levels of contamination, very good hygiene practices, which actually manage to lower the contamination. This is what we want ideally. And obviously, this is the worst case scenario that we don't want to see in the slaughterhouses. High level of contamination, poor practices, and obviously the resulting carcasses are really risky for public health. So how we did this? We basically called it holistic model because it incorporates components. We broke down food safety and management system into 20-something components, and then we identified hazards based on EFSA opinions, the main priority hazards for all 4 species. So we developed this model for all 4 main species. And then we weighted the hazards based on the DALIs, based on the WHO report, and also then we assessed the components, how effective they are in controlling all these hazards. So, and then basically the other thing that actually needs to be done is inspect and audit the system in the slaughterhouses. So we did use the science-based method. So if you think about it, if you use the DALI, which is the best way to do it, and then if you use also the incidence of the disease and source attribution in the food, it is very easy to prioritize the hazards and give them relative importance one to another. because for some countries, for example, here France is the case, 29 incidents, for example, Salmonella, 15 Toxoplasma. We need to see which one is more priority than the others. This model is available on the website, so you can find it and look at it. So, for example, if you think about, if you look at the hazard weights and relative importance, in this case, Salmonella will be something like 0.7, and then Toxoplasma will be around 0.3. So Yersinia, relative importance for controlling Yersinia is negligible compared to these two hazards. But then again, we have the other case of Bulgaria, which, if you think about these very low numbers, they will give Salmonella almost 1 hazard weight, because probably there is underreporting in terms of the incidence and in terms of the importance in Bulgaria. So we developed this for all European countries. It's not only one country. And then this is the main method. This is the main tool. So what we have here is the components. And then basically by clicking some of the assessment details here, you can allocate the mark for that particular abattoir and then mark it. So this is the case for cattle, for example, United Kingdom. If you think about Salmonella is something like 9 cases per 100,000 people, Aztec 2 cases, dioxins and biphenyls are negligible. This is the relative importance in terms of cattle for the UK, 0.73, 0.04 for these biological hazards. If the slaughterhouse is able to control these particular 2 hazards in a proper way, then they will be doing a good job. So then score components separately, and then you will get the summarized kind of score into the overall performance of the abattoir, which then allocates the score for the abattoir, whether it is a low or medium or high risk abattoir. This is the first tool, and then this is the second tool, which is even more comprehensive than the first one. The first one is only talking about the food safety management system performance evaluation. And that particular result feeds into this bigger tool that will be covering not only the food safety management system and the process hygiene, but much more than that. For example, if you think about the systems, what is the type of the products produced in that particular food business operator? Does the abattoir produce raw material destined for rare burgers, for example, or the material will be going for the normal kind of consumption? That will decide whether that will be something that can decide the level of the risk. And then the processes and the performance, and if you go to the model and allocate certain marks, basically the outcome, for example in this case, is low risk of the abattoir, which is on the scale from 0 to 100, giving around 14. This particular tool is still under development, and we are still fine-tuning it and discussing, but the previous one is fully developed and it is available on our website for anyone to use. Well, the next stage of using it is to pilot into a certain number of food business operators at European level to see how well it will work. The problem is that the risk managers are facing certain decisions, basically. Problem with all these hazards is they are not coming from the same site. We have these fecal pathogens, they are coming from the feces. We have parasites which are incorporated in the meat. And also we have some viruses, emerging hepatitis C, for example, which is coming from certain organs. So it is risk manager responsibility to balance and prioritize all these risks. How do they do that? It is not easy task. If you, for example, have low risk, medium risk, and high risk farm, and low risk, medium risk, and high risk abattoir, how would you send these animals? Which slaughterhouse to send to? Obviously, if the farm is, this is Salmonella case, if the farm has non-Salmonella positive status, they certainly can't send them, they shouldn't send them to the high-risk abattoir, because this high-risk abattoir will not have proper process hygiene and interventions to be able to reduce Salmonella risk for the final consumer. So they will be able to send animals only to the best abattoir, On the other hand, if you think about the case for Toxoplasma, it is slightly different. It depends on whether the slaughterhouse implements freezing treatments to be able to control Toxoplasma risk at the level of the chilled carcass. In conclusion, the risk managers will have the difficult task to balance and prioritize the risks and make decisions what to do with the risks. The best abattoirs obviously can receive animals pretty much from any farm because they will be able to handle the risk. If they have a batch of salmonella positive pigs coming in, they may need to turn on the hot water washing for carcasses, for example. That will reduce the risk for consumers. And that's where we come to the abattoir interventions. We did a lot of research here, and we can make 2 more presentations about it, but to sum up our main findings from the beef, pig, and chicken abattoir interventions, they are effective. They're effective, and they are really underutilized. We did this project for Food Standards Agency, where we actually found out that the low and thoroughly cooked burgers producers should implement certain interventions that have known efficacy and reduction effect for the main hazards. So obviously sequential use of these hazard-based interventions is recommended to be able to reduce the risks as much as possible. In this case, 4 logarithm as a performance criterion for these food producers. Similar situation is in pig abattoir interventions. You can find the paper and read more if you want. Scalding, singeing, obviously all these thermal treatments they have known reduction effect, and they can be readily used for high-risk batches. Obviously, scalding, singeing, and that kind of things we are already using as a part of good hygiene practices. It goes without saying. But then again, some other are very important and very relevant to reduce the risks further. On the chicken side, we did a lot of research, and some of the interventions that are actually coming up as very efficacious. We did also some local research here in the UK as well. The expected efficacy for ultrasound is around 1 logarithm. This can lead to the slaughterhouses meeting the performance criterion, and also meeting the process hygiene criterion for Campylobacter, which is set by the government. So these are readily available and can be used. So in the high-risk situation where the slaughterhouse cannot do much more about reducing contamination by simply using the process hygiene, interventions are needed, and we recommend to use them. What about digitization? Digitization is something that is coming, and also it is already here in some countries. You can see here already in a place in the pipeline for foot pad dermatitis, for example, in the Netherlands, in Denmark. One of them that was actually developed was for lung scoring in pigs. I'll show you later. For the contamination as well, pig and beef carcasses. The problem with this is that there is a lack of legislative support. The European legislation nowadays recognizes only these kind of computer vision systems implementation in the industry only for the chicken, only for poultry industry, not for the pigs and beef. So there is a push at European level to change the legislation, to amend it, to be able to allow these technological advances and digitization to go on. If you think about, this is what future veterinarians should look like. You have a future veterinarian that actually is checking the performance of the system. This one is developed in Italy as a collaboration between Italy and Norway, I think, to check for the tattoos, pleurisy, and pneumonia. And the system actually is highly efficacious with high sensitivity and high specificity. But the problem is it is not officially used because there is no legislative support for it. And that's the problem. So for some reason, the technological advances are actually overtaking the regulators in terms of recognizing the new things in the modernization. Coding system, we have it here in the UK. We did a research on the European level, and it is wildly different, completely different. The coding system basically in the UK is, I think, something like 22 codes for the chickens, including perihepatitis, which there is an ongoing discussion. Is it really risk-based perihepatitis? How we assess it, how we inspect it, what kind of decision do we make? Is it really generalized? If it is not generalized, should we really make it category 2, wasting a lot of carcasses, thousands and millions of carcasses without any risk-based reason? What is the public health risk at the end of the day for perihepatitis? There is none. It's avian pathogenic E. coli causing it. So why do we really dispose of thousands and millions of carcasses. So we need to reduce unnecessary meat waste. And this actually goes pretty much in line with the sustainability which is on the agenda of many European governments. If you look at this table, for example, in Norway, category 3, for example. Norway is category 3, so they are using it as a pet food. Why can't we do it here? One of the very interesting cases that was developed by colleagues from Denmark is also the model for the residues in meat. I'm not sure whether this is really applicable here in the UK. I'm not a chemical person, I'm more a food microbiologist, but it is a very interesting model and you may find a use for it, and it is freely available on our website. So what happens? Obviously, we are prescribing the antimicrobials, and veterinarians and food business operators are checking the withdrawal period, whether the incoming pigs or animals actually are within the withdrawal period or not. And basically, still human errors occur due to different reasons. So some of the pigs may be sent to the slaughter while still within the withdrawal period. And this may have potential consequences not only for that particular batch, but to maybe for the whole day of slaughter if there is no full traceability. We know that here we don't have individual identification of the pigs. It is on the batch level. The problem is whether we are going to find this out or not. If the farmer rings and says, okay, so I made a mistake, can you please do something about these carcasses? I send them 2 days too early to the slaughter. So what do we do? So if they are actually delivered prematurely to the slaughter, our Danish colleagues, for example, they suggest using an exposure risk assessment model which is based on maximum residual limit and also acceptable daily intake, which actually is encouraging the trust between the producers and the processors. We need to talk to each other to be able to understand and to be able to build the trust. So this can encourage the producers to contact the abattoir and communicate the risk. And then that would enable abattoir to take the actions. So why can't we just use the withdrawal period? Because they did a research for oxytetracycline, for example. There is a wide variety between countries, from 5 days in Greece to 40 days in Italy, at European level. Why so? So it's not harmonized. And this actually can impact the trade between European countries quite a lot. And in Denmark, on its own, 2 products are on the market. So basically, what they suggest is to use this model. So the model calculates concentration, the residues in the carcass at the time of slaughter. If it is more than maximum residue level, then in that case, basically, it will be disposed of as category 2 or whatever. And then the exposure risk to consumers can be assessed based on the amount of serving size, which is 200 grams of meat, and compared with acceptable daily intake value. How does it look like? So, for example, let's see the link on this in. If the time between treatment and slaughter is 2 days, you have a worst case of the half-life, which is something like 6 hours. If you multiply this with the treatment dose, that will give you the resulting amount of residues at the time of slaughter at this level. In edible carcass of 86 kilo, this will be the level basically per 1 kilogram, or the level per 1 serving of 200 grams, which is pretty much lower, much lower than the maximum residual limit, if you see here, and lower than acceptable daily intake. So in other words, there is no risk for the consumer. So why would we dispose of hundreds or even thousands of carcasses because of a genuine mistake and error from the farmer's side? So we don't need to impose the blanket decisions. We need to have a risk-based thinking. So this model is available on our website. You can find it here, and you can play with it if you want. So just go and have a look. And finally, I will conclude with this. We also did a lot of surveys from the education point of view. So survey of European official veterinarians, which actually was quite comprehensive, looking into many different things. It is published, you can find it here. We had almost 2,000 responses from 30 countries, which represent pretty much around 70,000 veterinarians. So who are our colleagues veterinarians? I'll just show one aspect of it. We don't have time for more than it. more than that. So regarding the visual meat inspection and risk-based meat safety assurance. So how confident our colleagues veterinarians are in using this particular. So the mean is 3.4 or 3.15 here. So it's closer to the neutral level. So they are not overly confident or they are far from not being confident. So somewhere in between. The main messages and main conclusions from this particular survey that actually is making it much easier for us to make a future roadmap to implement risk-based meat inspection is that we have highly qualified professional group at European level, thousands and thousands of veterinarians, but they don't feel overly confident in the resources to support their education and further training in a risk-based meat safety assurance. The problem is also that I think something like 40% of them are not regular trainers and their experience is not utilized in further training. And that's the problem. We need to train the trainers, the further trainers. So all these components are pointed for the future training, and this is something that we from university need to think about. We have also, our curriculum review is coming up, so some of the components that we are going to include in our future curriculum in Liverpool are some of these ones, much more than what we have nowadays. So our legacy is that we have produced a dynamic and updated repository compendium of the training material that you can find on our website. And also we have a lot of online platforms and training tools. So you can find all this on the website, and the collection of the training material is a live thing. Currently has something like more than 1,000 pages. It will be split into several sections where pretty much anyone can find anything for themselves, whatever they want. And we will provide the future training for all the interested parties. I would like to thank all the contributors. Which is more than 200 people, especially my working group that I was leading, which was something like 20 people. And just to acknowledge that the beef intervention project was funded by Food Standards Agency. Thank you very much for attention, and I open the floor for discussion.
Lovely, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. We're now going to open up to questions from the room if anybody has any.
Thank you very much indeed for that presentation, very interesting. Peter Watson, Association of Meat Inspectors. Not once in that presentation did you mention the word wholesomeness. You know, we're looking at food safety, we take that on board, but not once was wholesomeness mentioned, tumours, abscesses and other things. Do you take this into consideration when you're looking at reorganising meat inspection in the future?
Of course we do. I mean, animal welfare and animal health is also a priority, but the main priority is public health and food safety. Some of these meat quality issues will be moved to the food business operator side to control for it. For example, if you think about the milk spots or something like that, basically there is no reason for the meat inspectors and official veterinarians to waste resources and look for it when people who are from the food business operator side can do it. Still, we are doing it and we can continue to do it, but the key word here is the risk-based. Is there any risk for humans? No. Is there a risk for the farm? Yes, probably. So basically we need to feed back information to the farm of origin to be able to inform them, yeah.
But the word wholesomeness, do we want to be eating those sort of things? You know, we're working for the public. Do we want to be allowing those sort of things for the public to be eating? If we're not there, and the FBO is taking those sort of things out, then we're relying on the FBO, not relying on independent people from the government checking and making sure that it's fit for consumption.
Well, we are already relying on the FBO to produce, to control Salmonella, E. coli, Campylobacter and so on. Are we safe from it? Do we not have 100% of Campylobacter chickens at retail and we all are exposed to it? If I think of myself as a consumer and my children, I'm not really satisfied with this situation if you think about it. I would rather have a milk spot in the liver than Campylobacter on the chicken meat.
I totally agree, but you know, the public wants something on their plate that they know is wholesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thank you. My name is Charles Hartwell. I'm the CEO of Evelyn Jones. I'm not a meat inspector. I'm not a vet. I'm an accountant, actually, by trade. But just as a layman's view on the risk assessment, my layman's view is that it needs to be wider. So it needs to take into account the control environment. If you look at a small slaughterhouse on a farm somewhere, that's going to have a very different control environment to a massive, high volume, very tech-enabled abattoir that, for example, I've gone to a poultry plant that kicks out 300,000 chickens a day. That's going to be very different to a small abattoir on a farm. So large versus small should obviously pay a consideration. And then impact assessment. So what is the impact of disease coming out of a high volume plant? That could spread nationally, internationally, versus a small abattoir where it might have a very big impact on a much more local basis. And then the welfare environment, I think, is incredibly important as well, because certainly as OVs, one of their main jobs as a veterinarian is to ensure animal welfare. And therefore, that's why I think the role of OVs and MHIs combined is to look at food safety, but also animal welfare. And therefore, again, with a controlled environment. And then commercial, what's the cost of all of this? But I think my view on this is it looks like the smaller abattoirs with a potential reduced controlled environment and a lack of the financial resources that the big processing plants have would on one hand put them in a high risk category, and then on the other hand the big abattoirs with the potential impact of disease getting out into the food chain nationally and internationally would put them in a high risk category. So are those things considered when you're looking at a risk-based approach?
They definitely are, and we are discussing quite a lot about the small abattoirs. Yes, it is a different situation. I mean, in different European countries have different systems, but talking about this one in UK, obviously, small abattoirs already have some flexibilities in place for them to make it easier for them to operate. They do supply a smaller proportion of the population, and if something happens, you can argue that smaller population will be affected. But then again, that doesn't really make a difference between, if we have people who get Campylobacter and then have a long life kind of consequences and sequelae and so on. So some mode will have to be found to make it easier for the small operators to operate, as much as it was for the Jessop, which was introduced 20 years ago. And we actually, you made a comment on the impact assessment. We are making actually now a model to do an impact assessment of the different risk categories that I mentioned. So lower, higher, and medium risk, taking into account the throughput and the size of the farms and also the slaughterhouses, and see how much, for example, based on the sound data, how much high-risk farm and high-risk abattoir can actually lead to the cases in a human population versus the best case scenario. And these numbers will be very tangible and easy for the competent authorities to understand why we need the risk categorization at the end of the day.
Perfect. Any more questions in the room? Can I get my steps in today?
Hi, thank you for your presentation, really interesting. Lidovina Chiarelli, I'm the veterinary health head of the welfare team. I'm not going to touch on welfare, you must be done already. However, I was kind of wondering about, if you touched on audits on farm. Clearly, you want to have animals that have been, had limited exposure to disease and contaminants. So how that would be logistically working in terms of who would be, doing those audits, and again, the responsibilities where would lie, kind of thing. And also, I got another question in relation to, like the transport of animals in many other countries are going from the farm to the abattoir, kind of straightforward. However, in UK and a few other countries, there are markets in the middle where you got mixed batches of animals, and that gets quite a lot more complex. So again, has it been considered what is going to happen in those kind of situations?
Yeah, thank you very much for these two very important points. On the first one of farm audits, I envisage that they're actually happening pretty much in an everyday life from three parties: from the slaughterhouse itself, from the private schemes, quality assurance schemes, and also from the competent authorities. And the whole idea behind this system is to be integrated, so that people communicate with each other and the flow information. So the competent authority will be verifying, as it is verifying now, that if they don't go to the farms to do the audit, for example, they will be verifying that the slaughterhouse has done it either on its own or through quality assurance schemes. Some of the big producers actually are, I know from Netherlands and from Denmark, they are already auditing their farms, and they're actually controlling hazards much beyond what is prescribed in the legislation. For example, Vion is auditing for toxoplasma, and they are categorizing the farms based on the risk, high, low, or medium risk for toxoplasma. And then they basically instruct their farms what kind of biosecurity measures they need to implement. This is a risk-based thinking. So the audits are happening already. I'm not sure how that's common here in the UK, but that is a part of the system. On the second point of the middleman and the livestock market, obviously, we recommend obviously that livestock markets are really not the best thing in terms of the public health hazards and risks, but they do exist. Most of the big abattoirs do not actually go to the livestock markets. Some small abattoirs they do. They are increasing, and the risk and this will need to be taken into account when making a model. So I fully agree.
Hello, Dermot here. I'm an OV at a meat plant, in Northern Ireland. Thank you very much for your lovely talk and your rich legacy, which we all avail of educationally. In the 43 countries that you encountered, was there a big range in lab result times? You mentioned delay in getting results sometimes. And also, could you please give a couple of examples of interventions in bovine plants? Thank you.
So can you please repeat the first question?
You have 43 countries contributed to you. Was there a big range in time lag from samples or whatever to lab results in different countries? And also a couple of examples of bovine interventions, please.
Yeah, okay. Well, the microbiological testing really doesn't take place quite widely in terms of the testing at the farm level, apart from the salmonella, which is regulated obviously. One notable example is, I don't know what the delay is and what the differences are between countries, I don't really know that. One notable example of the risk-based thinking in terms of the controlling of Campylobacter is coming from Norway, for example, where they have a similar control options like what we have here for Salmonella. So they are risk categorizing farms, testing for Campylobacter, and if the farms are positive for Campylobacter, I think 3 or 4 days before sending to slaughter, these carcasses will never be able to go to the final consumer as a fresh meat. Obviously, this is a big deal and a big thing for us. Our epidemiological situation is completely different, so it's not really applicable in the UK situation. But this is a model that can be taken as something that we can look at and think about other possible controls. On the other question that you asked, it was about, sorry, can you just...
Examples of bovine interventions.
Right, interventions, yeah. The unfortunate thing is that, to my knowledge, none of the slaughterhouses in the UK, I might be mistaken, and also in Europe is using, for example, lactic acid, which was approved by EFSA and European Commission sometime ago, 10 years ago actually, and also for some other physical treatments for which there is no any special regulatory approval. For example, physical treatments such as using water heat by any means, steam, hot water, whatever, they don't need any regulatory approval. I don't know that any UK is using it. Why? Maybe they're fine with meeting the process hygiene criteria, so there is no incentive for them. But one thing that is missing hugely from this concept is microbiological targets. The regulators have not, in Europe and the UK, have not set out microbiological and parasitological targets apart from Trichinella, which is absence in the meat, and Salmonella, which is not really a microbiological target, it is more like a process hygiene criterion. We don't have any tangible metric to which we can measure the outputs of the abattoir and say, okay, you are actually, you have lots of Salmonella, lots of Campylobacter, and you need to implement certain interventions. That's the incentive that is missing from the industry, not only here, but also in Europe.
Perfect, thank you very much. Any last questions?
Thank you. Richard Owen, CBO Wales. Thanks for a fascinating talk. Just a short question. Is there a tension between the approach outlined and the need to meet the requirements of non-EU countries to which you may wish to export, who would have their own requirements for approved establishments?
So can you repeat?
Yes. Is there any tension between the approach, the risk-based approach you've described, in meeting and then being able to meet the requirements of non-EU countries to whom you might want to export to have their own requirements for approved establishments?
Exactly, you are completely right, and that's a matter of political negotiations, and I'm not getting into that. Obviously, whenever you want to export, you need to meet requirements of the import country, and this may get in the way of this particular problem. If the slaughterhouse is exporting slaughterhouse to a certain country and so on, they might need to, well, not scrap this, but introduce more controls than what we really need. And that's the basic concept of this. For the European population, European consumers, European meat industry and meat systems, and UK as well, I think what we are proposing, what EFSA proposed 10 years ago, is something that is reasonable, risk-based, and modern.
Thanks, Dragan. I have come in on that as well, Jane Clark from the FSA. I was lucky enough to attend the meeting that Dragan talked about, bringing the scientists, the business operators, and the regulators together. And as he said, we actually had countries from all over New Zealand and other countries. So what we would hope is that we would bring our trading partners with us. This is the right approach to make. It's efficient, it's effective, it's risk-based, and we hope that people will be able to come with us on that journey. We do know that some trading partners will not. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jane.
Perfect. Thank you very much for those amazing questions and your presentation. There will be an opportunity at the end of the day to ask any further questions. So just to show our thanks to you, we're just going to give you a quick token of our gratitude.
Thank you very much for attention.
While we are getting ready for the next presentation, can you hear me? Let's turn it on. Now? While we are getting ready for the next presentation, I need to mention that the lecture that we just had, it was a memorial lecture for Andrew Storrar. Andrew Storrar was a past president of the BPJ and a very good friend of a lot of us. I'm looking to Robert as well, one of the best friends we had. He worked in Chester in a mixed practice, and working as an OB and doing all kinds of other things as a veterinarian. During his presidency, he was pushing very much our study tours. I mean, actually, he was one of the first one encouraging the association to do the study tours. We did a wonderful one to Madrid back in 1998. I got to feel old about that. And we've done a lot of study tours. This study tours is a combination of looking into the official control system, the public health system they have in other countries, and also having a very good time. We also did one to Serbia. Can you remember what was that, Milora? 10 years ago? 10 years ago. Wonderful time. So anyway, Andrew was a great person, very good friend of ours, and this is his memorial lecture, so please remember that. Okay, I pass it over to the next ambassador.
Hi everyone, my name is Sammy Lam and I'm a fifth-year vet student at the University of Cambridge. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who's Andrew Paterson. He's a veterinary epidemiologist and is head of the UK National Epidemiology Emergency Group and also head of the GB Field Epidemiology team. He's responsible for investigating disease outbreak in GB and providing epidemiology and risk advice. Andy is also a Royal College specialist, recognized specialist in epidemiology and a European College recognized specialist in veterinary public health. He has worked on livestock disease control projects across the world. So I'd like to hand it over to him.
Hello everybody, thanks very much for inviting me to speak today. I'm afraid you've only got half the team today because I was supposed to be joined by Helen Roberts, who is one of my colleagues who works in policy, but she wasn't able to come at the last minute, so I'm having to rehash some of her slides. So the first bit of the presentation will mostly be Helen, and the second bit will mostly be me. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about border controls, but we're not going to talk about normal routine sort of regulatory border controls, and we're not going to talk about risk assessment, but hopefully we're going to help you understand from Helen's side how we understand and control the risk, or sorry, how we understand the risk from Helen's side and how we control the risk from my side, and also where is the best place to do that, where to control risk, and where is this border you're going to work with. And which border are we talking about? It doesn't have to be, we're not talking about the regulatory border, we're talking about a more functional border. So we've got two case studies, and I think they're important because they show where government vets and techs contribute to this work and how we work in partnership with industry to come up with a practical solution. So the first one was the London 2012 Equestrian Olympic Games, and the second one is how we control the risk working with industry in the current avian influenza outbreak. Now Helen's slides reminded me of what I used to do many years ago when I used to work overseas, and it always struck me that when I was in a CBO's office, they had a big map of the country on the wall, and all around it was white paper, and they knew what was going on in their country, but there was no information about what was going on around them, even though many of these countries were landlocked. So it's really important that you know what you need to worry about in your neighbours, and Helen's work is talking a bit about how you can do that, and it's all about knowledge-driven decision making. So what you need to know is all the obvious things, you know, who's affected, what's affected, why it's affected, all the W words. What are the routes? Those are the risk pathways. What are the hazards? And then there's a need for horizon scanning to go out there and be aware of what's really going on around you. You've got to decide which diseases you really care about and which ones you care about the most, because you can't do everything, so there's a need for prioritisation on a rational basis. So you need to know what your risk appetite is for each of those, and you need to know the factors that influence those risks. You also need to know who your trading partners are, and you need to know which particular products and species that you move around both in and out of your country. You also need to know which diseases are actually in those countries you're importing from, and how likely those diseases are to come into your country. It's also important to remember that trade is two-way, so it's also what you might accidentally export elsewhere. You need to know how that likelihood is changing and how you can manage it. And as with all these things, you need to get an idea of the uncertainty. And the sort of routine things that we produce are, we do a lot of horizon scanning, so we have APHA produce monthly reports showing the disease situation around the world for different diseases we're interested in. So one of these, this is 30 odd pages long. What that one I'm just showing there is for African swine fever. And it just in one place it gives you a summary of all the different disease risks that we believe are important, and those are publicly available. So how do you prepare for your new threats? Obviously it's very high level, but you need to know and understand your landscape. You're talking about your livestock populations, your wildlife populations, the human factors that are involved, and the diseases which are endemic for you. And you need to understand your capacity to detect any threats amongst those populations. So there's a lot of data capture goes on. We bring a lot of data sets together, and I'll show you some of those in a minute. And we have indicators for some of these that aren't in terms of trade data, travel data, climate data, all that sort of thing. And you need to decide on a time and length of horizon scanning that you think is appropriate. And obviously, you need to understand from your point of view what the important impacts that you really want to deal with. And you need to have a framework to do this so that you decide on how you're going to establish those. So you're going to be thinking around public health impacts, animal health impacts, the greater economic trade impacts, biodiversity impacts, welfare impacts, all these sorts of things. But the one thing you can't do is you can't just pull up the drawbridge, because you do need to trade. And as I say, border control is two ways. You need to understand your risks. You need to be able to reassure your trading partners. And there are dangers in relying on a hard outer shell. I mean, there are a number of disease outbreaks going on around the world at the moment where countries have relied on hard outer shells and perhaps maybe got a bit complacent about other things that they were doing. They've had disease introduced, they weren't able to spot it quickly enough, and they've had a really big control operation on their hands. So you need to, in the background, not just control your border, but make sure you have the capacity to address any incursion and identify it quickly and deal with it rapidly. So where does the knowledge come from? Well, we have our national and international scanning surveillance, and I'll show you some of the outputs from that. We have publicly available data sets. There are also regulatory data sets that we keep ourselves. We use meteorological data, as I say, trade data, climate data. We have obviously research going on in the background. There's general horizon scanning. Citizen science is increasingly important. In the current AI outbreak, ornithologists have been really important for us, and an awful lot of that input and data comes from citizen science. Industry, we're increasingly working with industry, and that brings another set of information. And it really has helped in influenza that we've built a much improved relationship with the poultry industry in its broadest sense, and much greater levels of trust. And I'll show in the set of slides about avian influenza how that's really helped. So obviously, this is Helen's just showing here the various data sets that are available. So this is one of the FAO data sets that provides animal population data from around the world. And this is all fed into risk models to help us understand the risk of movement of products and live animals. Obviously, the movement of live animals in particular is tightly controlled, and it doesn't happen unless it's low risk. But in order to have those models, you need to have reasonable population figures. Then there's trade impacts, and there's the UN Comtrade database that is available freely to understand the volume and type of trade flows. What's happening beyond your border in terms of disease, well, that's from the WAHIS database, and you can look for all sorts of notifiable disease on that and what's currently ongoing and what the historical picture was. There also is the EU information system. We have less access to that now, but we do get that information from other places, and there is a public access version of that. And then there's the FAO Empress database, which is showing another version of the picture of the distribution of data. Then what we're doing is some of the work that Helen and others in the team are doing. They're bringing some of this data together and, in effect, identifying hotspots for emerging diseases. Because don't forget, we're dealing with the diseases we know, but it's also important to be looking out for the next emerging disease threat. And this is bringing together these maps. You can't really see them, but they're showing hotspots for animal population, trade volumes, all that sort of thing. And also some of them will show trade patterns, because we know that some of the large annual events, such as the Hajj and the Chinese New Year celebrations, large numbers of people moving long distances, often with animals and animal products. We know there's a large sheep trade associated with the Hajj as well. So all these things increase the risk at certain times of the year. So as an example of horizon scanning, at the moment PPR is the focus of a new global eradication campaign in the way that rinderpest was eradicated. And that's gone from being one of those diseases that was over there to one that's quite close to being over here. It's on the eastern borders of Europe, and it's very much comparable to how lumpy skin disease was, and we had minor incursions of that. And those were both diseases that were once a long way away and somebody else's problem, and they're now closer to us and potentially becoming our problem because of factors like climate change. So this is an example of where we've brought some of that data together, and we're just making risk-based assessments of how great that threat is. And that's just a larger version of that map. Okay, so we're going to move on now, and just I'm aware of the time, so we'll crack on through this. We're going to just talk about the two case studies that I mentioned, the Olympics and the avian influenza control. So the first one we're going to talk about is the Olympics, and there was a need there to assess the risk of the horses moving in and try and work out what that risk was. So it's maybe different than you expected. So it's important to think about what's different about horses. Well, an awful lot of their notifiable diseases are pretty non-specific, and many exotic diseases look very similar to normal horse diseases. We also have a less engagement, I would say, with the equine sector than we have with many other sectors. I speak as the husband of an equine vet. I never touch horses. The horse population is glad of that. And I can tell you they are very unaware of exotic disease. And despite all the work we've done over many years, it's not a top topic for them. They do, however, have a concept of high health, high performance horses, and it's very similar to the basic OIE principles around zoning, compartmentalisation, biosecurity, certification, ID, all that sort of thing. But that only applies to the most elite competition horses, which was the case obviously for the Olympics. So here's just a little example. There's a horse, it happens to have shipping fever, it isn't African horse sickness. That's a pleural pneumonia that's associated with travelling. It's quite common, most horse vets will see several of them, but in the early stages it would be quite difficult if you were in an area that was at risk of African horse sickness not to suspect African horse sickness. How many suspect cases of African horse sickness have we received? Very few indeed, maybe one in recent years. And it's highly unlikely. There's all sorts of other controls to stop it coming into the country. But the issue here is the low specificity of a clinical examination when you're dealing with a high impact event. So what was different about the Olympics? Well, compared to the previous Olympics, very few of the horses flew into the UK and landed at an airport and were under control at an airport. Most of these elite competition horses compete on the European circuit, and they were being driven to the UK in lorries through the tunnel. The initial plan by the Olympic organising committee was that these horses would be examined in Greenwich Park at the Olympic site. Now they were treating that as being like an airport. Now they didn't really understand the regulatory environment we worked in, and so I'll come to this as we go through. The issues for us were that the FEI vets, the regulatory vets who examine them, they're obviously aware of the international trade rules, but maybe a bit less aware of our national disease control rules. And again, maybe not as familiar with exotic disease as we might expect. And at the time, we had a very high profile of African horse sickness in the country and of equine infectious anemia, all of which are not easy diseases to diagnose on clinical examination, and potentially you could have had an over-enthusiastic vet apparently reporting a suspicion of one of these in one of these travelling horses. So I talked about all of those. So the key issues for the Olympics were they are ultra cautious. I mean, the risk appetite is virtually zero, so their acceptable level of protection is 100% protection. Nothing else was enough. Their idea of trying to secure the the event with the horses was just to give everything a police escort, which obviously doesn't have much disease mitigation effect. And we were dealing with this very, very low likelihood scenario, but with an extremely high impact. And so obviously normally we do a risk assessment, and what is the risk assessment? Risk question. And the risk question was more along the lines of what is the likelihood that someone will suspect a notifiable disease, and that will impact the TV schedule of the Olympic Games. I mean, it is so high. Everything is choreographed in 10-minute slots over the entire event, and you just cannot have something like regulatory restrictions being put on unless they absolutely have to be. The other thing that I think came out of this for the Olympic Committee and for the other organisers of high-profile horse events was, as part of our work, we made it clear to them that actually the biggest risk to them were not the exotic diseases, but were the endemic diseases. And actually a strangles outbreak in Greenwich Park would have had almost as much of an impact on them from their point of view as an outbreak of a notifiable disease. So the problem for us was that we had to make sure that the vets there understood the impact of actually reporting disease. They had to understand the impact of restrictions, and also the fact that many of these horse diseases take a long time to negate. So we had to find a solution to that. So, as I say, it worked well because we'd had really good engagement with the horse industry developing African horse sickness control strategy. We brought together all the players that were involved. We had a former APHA staff member working for the transport company that are responsible for moving all the Olympic horses around the world. So we understood their industry, she obviously understood our industry. There was a good level of trust and a good network, and we worked together to get a practical solution, which I'll show you. So Greenwich Park, if you're not familiar, it's just under south of where the Dome is in London, in southeast London. It's an absolutely iconic site. You've got Canary Wharf in the background, you've got the Naval College below, you've got the Greenwich Observatory behind. Really high profile and a real marketing opportunity for UK. One of the hazards we faced was protesters. The Olympic site has Roman ruins in it. It also has some rare amphibian, and we were warned when we turned up on about the second day that we had to have a police escort because there were going to be protesters, and so we turned up, and the guys in black were all waiting for us, and our protesters were basically the local WI. So they were very civilised. We turned up, they protested in a very civil manner, and then broke for morning coffee. And at that point, the police decided that we didn't really need them. So they then had lunch, and then they went home. So it was all okay. So the question of Olympics, the approach was it's just a big horse show, but we had to obviously we had to make them understand our world, and they thought that nothing stops the Olympic Games. That was their line always, but actually we felt that actually the infectious diseases of horses would stop the Olympic Games, and that's why we had to find a solution. So as I say, everything's highly choreographed. You've got a huge number of very high value horses. We also had anti-terrorist measures in place there to complicate things, and the space on site is limited, so you can't just ship all the horses into Greenwich Park and then get on with the games, and then at the end of the games ship them out again. You've got to ship half the horses in for half the games, ship half of them out, ship another set in, ship them out, and then ship all the Paralympic horses in. So there's lots of movement of horses, lots of potential for things to go wrong. So, as I said, we talked about them arriving at the Channel Tunnel. Basically, they were already in Europe, so they were coming through the Channel Tunnel and staggered up the M20. They were at 10-minute intervals coming into a site. Now, that site was not to be Greenwich. And this was where I think the knowledge of the industry, the knowledge of operations, the knowledge of policy and the legal side, and we came up with a solution whereby we would in effect create an artificial airport in Greenwich, which we call the staging post. And all the horses would come through there, and that's in effect our border. and if there was any suspicion of notifiable disease, it was agreed, and this was all cleared with lawyers and everything, that what would happen then is the horses would be put in a secure, sealed transport ambulance and taken to the high containment suite at the Royal Veterinary College in Potters Bar, and that was the plan. So the location of the staging post was just about 5 miles away from Greenwich. They would arrive in these enormous great lorries. We created a huge area that was full of x-ray machines and areas that you could unload horses, clinically examine them. All the tack had to be emptied, security screened, all put back in again, and then the horses would then proceed off with an escort into Greenwich Park. So this is the area, big airport scanners. This is a trial event. That got a little bit exciting because the explosives detection went off, even though it was a trial event and all the horses were domestic horses. So suddenly all these men in black appeared from nowhere, and the Olympic officials stood back, and the men in black took over, and then it was all negated and we moved on. So these things happen. So this is the horses being taken out for clinical examination, just part of the dry run. So, as I said to you, what would happen if disease was suspected at our border? We'd move it somewhere else. It sounds like a fudge, but it was done under controlled conditions and into a high containment area. As I say, the issue was that to negate them takes a long time, so if we were going to suspect it, we were going to suspect it somewhere else. And also with these issues around zones and all this sort of thing, so we didn't want that to happen. This is the high containment ambulance. These things really exist. I didn't believe they did, but they do. And then they would be escorted by the police up to Potters Bar. So really, the risk assessment question really was the likelihood that the report case would disrupt the television schedule of the Olympic Games. Obviously, animal health bit is important, but this was the other bit that had to be considered. So it's all about risk management and the reputational impact for the UK. The senior decision makers in the local organising committee of the Olympic Games wanted to be informed, but at the very highest level. And so risk communication was really important because most of them didn't even really know much about horses, let alone disease. So we produced this risk assessment output, which basically showed where the horses were coming from, all the countries they were actually competing in, what the current disease status was, and that was updated every week. And all they really wanted to see was lots of green, and or any of the other colours, just to know that there was risk mitigation there. So that was us using a slightly different approach to a border in order to be able to control disease or mitigate the impact of a disease. Okay, just quickly moving on and talk about avian influenza. So in the current situation where you have avian influenza literally flying in wild birds, how do you control your border? And where is your border? The answer is you can't. And so what do you do? So effectively, we've gone for a slightly different approach, because the avian influenza isn't coming from anywhere else. It's not coming through movement of animals. It's not coming through movement of people. It's indirect or direct transmission from wild birds. I think it's important to put it into perspective to start with, that one bird dropping contains between 5,000 and 10,000 doses, infectious doses. It's highly infectious, and that's quote as per Ian Brown, was our head of our reference laboratory, now our director of science. So you're dealing with a really difficult disease to avoid infection with. And so basically this is a bale of bedding, and that water there is just a viral soup. And that is going to run through into the bedding. That bedding is going to come in contact with the birds. You're going to get some form of indirect transmission. There's a really nice, tidy poultry unit, well maintained, lots of lovely clean concrete, but basically that entire surface is a viral soup if the virus is there. And that's what you've got to bear in mind. So where do you put your border and where do you put your controls? So we've talked about quite a bit of this. The most important thing is there is no airborne spread from these IPs, and we have not found any movement of IPs that we have led to any other IPs, unless they're part of an integrated company in very close association within 1 or 2 miles of each other, such that they share people or equipment. We also know that backyard flocks have absolutely no epidemiological links to the commercial sector. We found no commercial outbreaks that have been caused by backyard flock contact, and no backyard flock contact that has led to, no commercial contact that's led to backyard flocks becoming infected. We can't really detail epidemiological tracings investigations for this, and we're fairly firm on that. We know that the geographical clustering we're seeing is due to a mixture of the geographical risk from the wild birds and the fact that our production is very clustered in the country as well. I'll show you some maps. And also, we've got a high proportion of our production is free range, and that's not ideal when you've got a disease being spread by wild birds. So we did have housing orders such requiring birds to be kept inside, and that's a significant risk mitigation. We also have a lot of seasonal producers. These are people producing birds for the Christmas market and other times, and they tend to be in older multi-purpose buildings that are hard to make biosecure. You can mitigate to a certain extent, but not eliminate it. And don't forget, at the back of our mind, we're very aware that we're dealing with an industry, and we're not dealing with people running high containment laboratories. So anything we talk about with biosecurity has got to be practical. Okay, so this is where we come to the border. So when you talk about biosecurity, normally people always focus on the outer fence of the business and the gate and areas like that. But really, don't forget what I said about that concrete. That concrete apron is completely covered in bird feces usually, though you might not see it. It's still a viral soup. You've got no way of disinfecting that, but the one border you can defend is the hard inner shell of your buildings. And it's really important that the focus of biosecurity moves from the outside perimeter of the business to each individual building, to the extent that your staff should almost be, it should be a privilege for your staff. I know that sounds a bit airy-fairy, but it should be a privilege for your staff to go into one of your buildings. It shouldn't be something people do randomly or just on a whim. You should control the entry, because it's those people and equipment moving in and out that is introducing most of the infection. So that's the border bit, and it's the only bit we can control. We can't control avian influenza in any other way. Just to give you a quick overview of what we're seeing. So this is 2021. We had a few cases. 21, 22. We obviously had more wild bird cases, and then this is the current season, and we've got a lot more. It's all over the place. So I won't go into all the details there, but it's just to show you that the increasing weight of infection we're facing. This shows you that most of our production is very clustered in certain places that we know well: Lincolnshire, East Anglia, Welsh borders, across through southern England and up into eastern Scotland. So that complicates things as well, because we get that clustering for that reason, because you can only get avian influenza in poultry where there are poultry. And you can see the clustering of the wild bird cases that they tend to overlap. Here we have the traditional wild bird positives. We have a peak in what we thought was traditional peak in the winter, and it goes away in the summer and then comes back. But the significant thing that happened last season was it never went away over the summer, so we had this constant pressure of wild bird infection. And if we look at the number of cases over the last 3 seasons, this was 2020. I felt quite sorry for myself in 2020. It felt like hard work, and then I felt very sorry for myself in last year. And then this year has been much more extreme. But the interesting thing here is that these two curves look very different, but actually, if we take out the East Anglia cases from this part of the graph, these two lines almost overlap each other. So that change in the epidemiology in the country at that basic level is nearly all driven by the high poultry density of businesses and birds in East Anglia. Otherwise, those two lines do overlap. So one of the things we do is we're trying to help businesses make decisions to protect their business and to reduce the likelihood of becoming an IP. We can produce the data in a way that they can't, because we have access to the whole country data and look for particular trends. So the most significant observation was that an awful lot of the IPs have a significant management event just before what we would consider our high-risk source window. So that is something like vaccination, weighing, bedding movements, thinning, all that sort of thing. These aren't high priority tracings, these are not disease being moved on, these are activities where people are moving in and out of the sheds in high frequency, and they're moving infection, we believe, from around the buildings into the buildings. And so they're definitely not spreading it between different sites. And the evidence we've got is that they're bringing it from the curtilage. The other significant event was we commissioned research, obviously, because this is a key issue, about airborne spread. We had a lot of challenge that airborne spread is being created by the culling operations. Now, the long and short of this was that we put out air samplers, especially downwind. We put them some distance from the sheds and working backwards. These sheds had a very high level of clinical disease, and they were being culled out, so they were worst case scenarios, and basically we couldn't get live virus from anywhere other than directly out of the vents in the tops of the building, direct inside the sheds or outside the vents, just outside the building. We could recover genetic material from some distance away, but we couldn't recover, I mean by some distance I mean maybe a quarter of a kilometre. We couldn't get any live virus at all. And what was going on there was the culling, depopulation and the loading of the birds. So we've done this for I think turkeys, chickens and ducks, and the results have been the same. And it's quite important because it shows there's no aerosol transmission, and where we have got lots of feathers around, which you do in a culling operation, they are not transmitting active infection, we believe. So the risk pathways to focus on, or the factors to focus on, we think mindset and human behaviour and culture of the business is really important. Many of these, I'll talk about that later, but again, working with our ornithologists, they're absolutely convinced that mossy roofs are very, very significant, and lots of these buildings have poorly maintained mossy roofs, which attract birds, which are obviously putting bird droppings on the roof, which then go through the roof, through the moss, with the water, and then introduced into the shed. We talk about bedding management because there's lots of, I'll show you some photographs in a moment, there's lots of movements and lots of equipment going in and out. Ventilation, I'll talk about that later. The entrance door, we find that a lot of these businesses don't have shed-specific PPE. They have lots of people moving casually in and out of the sheds, so obviously introducing the likelihood of introducing it. We find poorly maintained doors where we have, when you go into the shed, you can see the epidemic is actually spreading from the door down the shed, or you find the mortality is spreading outwards from a central point in the shed, and when you look up, there's a hole in the roof. I'll show you some photographs. So, you know, the circumstantial effort, this is sort of a civil level of proof, but it's not beyond reasonable doubt, it's the other one, but you know, there's enough evidence there that introduction is associated with poor maintenance and issues like that. So water ingress and also storm damage, we've got some photographs of. Rodents and wild birds, we find a lot of rodent trails, just like with salmonella. We believe they're not actually infected and transmitting, we believe the rodents are part of the mechanical transmission of the disease. And also, for large integrated companies, unexpected events like where the sheds are located close together, and you've got people covering periods of sickness or holidays, and they're working on sites they don't normally work on, or they're covering 3 sheds instead of 1, so they're driving between the sheds. We've definitely got transmission between premises in those situations that are very close together. But it's not we don't believe it's airborne transmission. Something I'm particularly interested in is, I think, who is accountable? Because I'm amazed, biosecurity has got to be the biggest, or outbreak has got to be the biggest financial risk for most poultry businesses in the country at the moment. And until recently, very few of the businesses we talked to had a director at director level responsible for biosecurity. They will have a director responsible for health and safety because you can get fined a lot of money for that, but there is nobody responsible for biosecurity. And so you need a controlling mind of the whole organisation, but you also need local staff to be brought into this. And we find that the variation in biosecurity when we do the assessments tends to be linked to areas covered by one regional manager. So the individual regional manager is really important as well. You've got to think about who's assessing and testing your biosecurity. It's the usual thing, if you test your own, it's like a dripping tap. If it's there and it's dripping all the time, you never notice it, but somebody will walk in and go, oh, that tap's dripping. So you really need some form of independent assessment for doing that. And should it be a private vet? Should it be a consulting company? Should it be somebody within the company whose particular role it is to do this? That's all up for discussion, and everybody does it slightly differently. I talked a bit about some of this. Basically, it's the usual things: make it easy to do, help people understand why it's important, put all the instructions in their people's own language. This is really important because biosecurity is a single point of failure situation, and we believe that most of these outbreaks have started off as one introduction in one shed. We don't see, although you'd imagine it would affect all the sheds in this unit, we usually find it's introduced into one to start with. And if they could stop that introduction happening, they wouldn't become an IP. So it's really important to look for these single points of failure. Many businesses don't know how they compare. They all think they're doing really well for biosecurity, but there's no mechanism to say where they sit on the score. I mean, when I was a cattle vet many years ago, we used to give our farmers benchmarking scores for mastitis control, fertility and things like that, and they would know that they thought they were 2 out of 10 high up the score, but they were actually 8 out of 10 near the bottom because they had nobody to measure against. So benchmarking really important. Again, how do you do it? How do you incentivize it? Well, that's sort of a business decision. That's part of running the business. We wouldn't advise on that, but we would point to all the things that are important. So we've produced a questionnaire. There's several of these available. The University of Ghent has one as well. But it gives farmers and businesses the ability to use that and then score their own business and understand how they are. A really good example of working with industry is we know that the ventilation systems are important, and it is important to put netting over them to stop small birds getting in as mechanical transmission. We still don't really understand the role that these small passerines have, but you obviously don't want them going in as a mechanical vector bringing infection in. Problem is, if you put netting over these big fans, they quickly block up with dust. They're very difficult to clean. You then get ventilation failures, you get welfare issues, all sorts of things on. We discussed this with one of the companies, all the companies, and one of them has come up with an idea which we would never have thought of. But instead of putting the mesh on the vent itself, they built a tent of the mesh all the way down the building, which sits away from the house, and in the wind it flaps and dislodges the dust, and it doesn't block up. So it's self-cleaning, it's easy to maintain, it's easy to fit, and it doesn't obstruct the ventilation. So you give some information to the industry, they tell you how they're going to solve the problem in their business. Record keeping. We just made the point that as part of your control and trying to maintain your border with your shed, you need to keep really good records. We use these to mitigate the impact on your business because we can sometimes in an integrated business limit the restrictions we put on. If we have tracings evidence, we can sometimes take particular parts of the business out of the controls. Just a very quick bit. This is the most useful thing we've done, and this again is working with the industry. We produced a biosecurity picture book. It's like a Janet and John picture book of biosecurity, and it's been a real hit. It was real partnership working. We took all the photos in our investigations. We started to produce it ourselves, but we just didn't have the resource. So the industry took it over and led it along with all the administrations were involved, and they put it out as a joint industry government publication. It's freely available online, and it shows people examples of what good and bad biosecurity looks like. And some of this is obviously very poor. So this is a £60,000 piece of equipment being cleansed and disinfected, well, it's not been either, by something that costs £2.50. So, you know, and we see that all the time. But people don't think about that, but apparently this biosecurity booklet has really helped. So that's poor, and then just showing them what good looks like, and just saying, you know, what you can expect to do. Area under that hole in the roof. We've got mossy roofs there with water leaking through them. We've got a ridge which the farmer tried to cover with mesh to try and reduce the wild birds coming in or leaves coming in, because we believe leaves are important as a fomite for virus. If you switch on the fans in one of these big units when it's got no birds in it, you go back later in the day and it's full of leaves because they get sucked in, and apparently the birds eat them. So you never see that when there are birds in the shed. So what happened was he fitted the netting that the birds will perch on that now because they quite like it, and it's quite warm in the winter. So they then defecated through that into the shed. So it's not really ideal. We talked about all this before. Don't make your site attractive to rodents. There's lots of conflicts in farming. So you know you have people like Waitrose wanting you to give environmental enrichment for the birds, but a lot of that also encourages wild birds to come in. So this next picture shows a farm on the right that has planted trees. It's got a fishing pond for water and for drainage off the roofs, but it attracts wild birds. Here we have quite a good unit here. They thought they were doing very good biosecurity, but it was full of wild birds that quite liked it as well, obviously bringing in infection. Bedding, just again, bedding storage very poor. Wild birds can get in there. It's wet, it's contaminated with feces. It's been driven in by a bale chopper because it has to be handled mechanically 3 or 4 times a week. This was a duck unit that went down as an IP. No C&D on the outside, so it's basically driving viral soup into the building. Just to show you that it can be done, this is a similar duck business that has invested in netting all their bedding, keeping it dry, keeping it free of birds, C&D the concrete and the equipment, keeping the equipment under netting when it's not being used. So that helps reduce the introduction. Again, here's a typical good quality temporary housing for turkeys. Pretty good, but obviously wild birds can get in. And this is one of the real points. This is a business, so certain businesses, it's economically feasible to invest a lot in biosecurity, but others, it's not economical to invest a lot. So you can only do so much, but this one was an obvious thing. Flooding occurring outside, that flooding went all the way into the shed. Not only sort of was the bedding wet, but it was obviously washing potentially virus into those sheds. And we had a couple of those that went down where the infection started at the open end. Now that could have been blown in the rain, it could have been that type of flooding, who knows, but it's just not a good thing to have flooding in your buildings. And it was one of the things that astonished us, was that we'd go to see premises that become IPs and they'd had flooding, and we'd say, look, what do you do about flooding? Oh, well, we just, we wait for it to go away and we throw a bit of Urcon around, was one of the replies. So for me, that's an animal disease emergency. That water's coming in from outside, probably fecally contaminated, direct contact with the birds. Not a good idea. Making things easy to use, so when your hard outer shell, where your border is in inverted commas, if you've got a foot dip, make it easy to use, make it difficult to avoid. So, raise the doors, make it you've got to walk through, make it easy, there's a brush, it's easy to get, the disinfectant is all right, all that sort of thing, really important. Again, quite a good turkey breeding unit, turkey rearing unit, but there's a limit to what you can do. They've got ventilation issues, wild birds get in there readily, reasonably good waterproofing, but at the end of the day, that is probably the economic limit of that type of production. There's a rear wall from a shed. That was where the mortality started, that end of the shed, and there was just water running down the walls from the roofs. Again, circumstantial evidence, but it's plausible that was the route of introduction. Storm damage is also important. The hard outer shell, or in this case not very hard outer shell, was damaged by the storms, wasn't repaired. and then those sheds were, we had a significantly increased number of IPs after the series of storms that we had last year. Here's someone making an effort. This is the last slide. They've taken those sheds, they've put in a garden shed arrangement to make a vestibule for doing C&D in, putting their PPE on, but they've put the foot dip there, so you've got to walk around to get in there. They've provided a brush, but then they've left an open space at the top where the birds were flying in and out all the time. So, there's lots of little things that if you had somebody independently looking at your biosecurity, you could just improve all. It's a bit like David Brailsford and Team Sky, where he did this incremental improvement of lots of aspects of the business, which resulted in huge improvement. So if you had somebody independent going in, checking your border in inverted commas, and just giving you recommendations of things that just don't occur to you, it should make a big difference. And that's all from me. Thanks.
Is there anyone with questions? Maybe I can start with a question.
Okay.
I was wondering for the, I wrote it down. When the horses were going into the London Olympics, was it not necessary to quarantine them at all? Was the risk so low that it wasn't a necessary component for isolation before you started the games?
Well, most of them were part of they were meeting the standards for competition horses, and they were moving according to EU trade rules, because they were moving within the EU, most of them, because very few were actually travelling internationally long distances, and those just complied with normal trade regulations.
Thank you. Any other questions?
With your biosecurity measures for, say, a poultry farm, you mentioned shed-specific PPE.
Yeah.
This might sound just quite really low level, quite basic, but should places be using disposable PPE, or is reusable fine?
Reusable's fine as long as it's properly managed. The one thing we really don't like, and we see repeatedly, are disposable overshoes. People use those, and it gives them it gives them a false sense of security, and we feel they tend to neglect other aspects of biosecurity because they feel these magic overshoes protect everything. So, but the really important thing is to have within, is what we said, the risk is right outside the shed. So you really do not want to be walking that into your birds. So you need to have inside. You need to have a step over. So you come in, take off your outdoor shoes and maybe other clothing. You then step over, and then you put on very specific boots for being in there, and they really should be colour coded. So you know that if you see someone walking across in white boots when they shouldn't be outdoors in white boots. In fact, we've got quite a good photograph that was taken of one of the units where everybody was outside having a smoke, and you can see from the aerial photograph that, well, maybe not everybody these days, having a vape these days, and you can see from the aerial photograph that about a third of the people are wearing the wrong colour boots, and so they've walked out of a supposedly high biosecurity unit in equipment that shouldn't be outside that door. So you've got to just, all these things, the colour coding should help. But again, the culture should have been, the manager should have pulled them up about that and said, in this business, this is not acceptable. My expectation is this. And that's why we think regional managers are so important, because they help enforce it.
Andy, many thanks for another great talk. No, that was really good. Making the point that as managers, you often don't know what's happening at ground level, and I think that's been particularly stressed within the poultry sector, and that many of the IPs have come from directors thinking they have very good SOPs in place. They did have good SOPs in place, but they weren't being adhered to at the operational level. And the last point you're making sort of emphasises that. Looking back at the Olympics, could there have been a similar risk as well, that what the equine community was telling you was taking place, what was in fact there was various shortcuts being made which introduced risks that we weren't aware of?
I suppose it's always possible. As I say, because my wife is an equine vet, I see what goes on every day, but I mean, a lot of the risk mitigation was regulatory risk mitigation, so there was inherent risk mitigation there. The fact that, I mean, that report I showed you, that was sort of a RAG report showing the disease status of the place of origin. So we knew they were coming from very low risk areas, really, and if they weren't, they would have been subject to additional controls. So I think most of the risk mitigation was there for the exotic diseases, was there within normal regulation. What wasn't necessarily was out of our control were things like strangles. I mean, if they'd had a massive strangles outbreak with all those horses in one place, very close together on the Olympic Park, it would have had a huge impact. Obviously, it's in their interest not to allow that to happen, but these things do slip. So yeah, it's always possible.
Thank you.
I'll be quick. My name's coffee time, and everyone's caffeine deficient. Richard Irvine, COS. Thanks, Andy, as ever. First, possibly a comment, possibly a question, you can decide. But I'll start with the other end, which is massive thanks, not just for your talk today, but for all the work that goes into being able to describe that. And that is probably testament to probably most people, if not everyone in this room as well, because it's the whole system that enables us to both understand the risks, but also control diseases like bird flu and others. God willing, we don't get them. But yeah, so congratulations, everybody. Thank you for doing what you do. It's hugely appreciated. That's point one. Point two is a huge amount here, which is about human behaviour. So you mentioned about the controlling mind, but yeah, any parallels from the point of view of what we learn from bird flu and human behaviour and other things we wouldn't want? That's a comment or a question. You can choose.
Yeah. I think really it's just recognising the importance of the human behaviour, and we've commissioned social science research as part of the Flu Map project, which is looking at that from the point of view of social scientists, which, I mean, I've worked with them before overseas, where they were very important in what we did in trying to make sure things happen, but we're still waiting for the results from that, and but I think it's really insightful. One of the things I think that is missing at the moment is the human behaviour of how company boards work and how you influence them and how they make their decisions, because having this, even now it's quite difficult to persuade these companies to have a responsible director for biosecurity, and it astonishes me because you need someone driving the investment decisions that are going to provide that protection, and making sure that there's a management structure to ensure it happens. So that, I'm quite interested in that, but I don't suppose that's social science, that's something else, but yeah.
Thank you everyone for your questions. We have a small gift to share our gratitude. Thank you so much for the great talk.
They don't do this in the epidemiology societies.
Nationally and internationally. And it's a big issue. We all have in our mindset what a puppy farm is. And the images there, this is UK, sadly this is Wales. Wales does have one of the puppy farming capital counties in the UK, and these are pictures taken from Wales. So this is what it's like in the UK, and this is what we all envisage puppy farming is all about. These are serried ranks of confined enclosures, poorly socialised environments, devoid of enrichment, and devoid of enhancement. They can be like this, they are like this, but they needn't be. There are some good examples out there, and puppy farming and puppy production doesn't have to be on this sort of horrendous scale. And just out of interest for you, both of these were licensed premises. So both of these had veterinary surgeons into them and thought that these conditions were okay. What we're trying to avoid is dogs that end up, oh now I'm going to have a failure on this, look. What we're trying to avoid is dogs that end up with stereotypic behaviour. Sorry, my video's not working. I'll try and get it going and we might have a look at it later. But these are dogs that we know stereotypic behaviour, we know the circling behaviours, we know the obsessive jumping behaviours, and these are dogs that are likely at the end of their breeding life to come into the rehoming system and end up in someone's home. So they'll then be a public health issue because these poor owners will have a lifetime of a dog that is mentally depraved and showing unnatural behaviour. Now, puppy farming as a name is synonymous with the rotten end of puppy production. We don't want to see dogs coming from that sort of environment, but a lot of them do. And it's also evident internationally that the countries are supplying the UK and other European countries with dogs deliberately bred for our rescue market. And COVID lockdown has produced this massive demand of dogs. We've all known about the puppy boom, the dog ownership boom. It's increased pricing. And the value of these dogs has also then started to attract some undesirable elements into it. There's big business in this, and for some of the people who ship dogs across borders, there's greater profit in dogs than there is in things like cannabis, cocaine, and people. So this is an attractive trade for them, and that's why we're seeing problems. So how is puppy production divided up in the UK? We have the regulated supply of puppies, which are coming from licensed breeders, hobby breeders, so these are the people just doing 1 or 2 litters on an occasional basis. We have pet vendors, although that trade, through the pet trade and the pet shops and the puppy retailers, has been largely stopped by the third-party sale regulations which have come in. But we still see some loopholes here. There are 1 or 2 loophole abilities that people can vend puppies through regulated supply. And we see legal imports. It is possible to legally import puppies for commercial trade, but again that's been closed down by the third-party trading regulations. Then we have this unregulated supply through the rescue groups. It's very easy for someone to set up a rescue group, and a lot of pet vendors have gone to rescue. They used to have a pet shop, regulations stopped them. Oh, I've become a rescue society. And then everyone pours money into this lovely organisation because it's a rescue organisation, so they fund it. And to buy a puppy from a rescue organisation, we now have recommended donations to take on puppies. So a lot of places ask you to give a donation of about £1,000 to rescue a dog from a rescue centre. So these are now starting to become quite viable businesses, and they're proliferating. And there's no regulation on them. Then we have the unlicensed breeders, and there's a lot of those out there. And we have the illegal imports of puppies, and there's a lot of that going on as well. So these are all the sources that dogs are coming into the pet trade. So what have we got to try and control the trading of puppies? This is a nice piece of legislation. I like the Animal Welfare Act, but it's not used well enough and often enough. We know that dogs need to be kept with the 5 needs. So they must have access to the 5 needs, and it's important that veterinarians know about that, and I find a lot of colleagues fall down a little bit when you get beyond the need to protect against disease, injury, suffering and disease. They're quite good on that one, but they're not good on the other ones. And unfortunately, the weakness often comes from enforcing this properly
And it's also a lot to do with colleagues who are reluctant to sign certification against the Animal Welfare Act when they've seen actual suffering or presumed suffering. So we need to get our colleagues and the veterinary profession more engaged with the Animal Welfare Act and better able to enforce it so that we can start to control some of the nefarious aspects of the puppy trade. And this is what it should be protecting. This is another puppy production centre, again Wales, and again licensed. And we would expect them to understand why this was not acceptable. I'm hoping everyone in this room is looking at aghast at this picture and thinking, these dogs shouldn't be grown in this condition. And you can just see, just the demeanour of that dog tells you that there's some mental problems going on with this dog. Might be physically well, but that's not a dog that's going to make an exuberant, happy pet. Just have a look at this. This is some puppies here. I'm waiting for Kong to pick up on this as a new form of puppy toy, because that's all they had to play with. So absolutely devoid environments for these puppies to grow up in, and these poor animals are then going to be sold at 8 weeks of age into a domestic, hopefully happy home. And it's no wonder that we see then the behaviour problems that come through into our consulting rooms. And for those of you who like a little bit of animal byproducts, how's that for a novel toy there, look? So a whole sheep spinal column. Now I suspect it did have some meat on it at one stage, and I suspect the dogs have used that as a means of devouring it, and completely unregulated. The yard of this farm also had a bit of liver lying around, and a bit of lung, and a few extra bones as well. So these dogs were being fed fallen carcass. In England and now in Scotland, we have what's called the layer regs. So the licensing of activity involving animals, and we have them for breeding dogs and for pet vending. Wales is slowly catching up. We've got the pet vending layer regs, and it's hoped that Wales will introduce a dog breeding one. The problem with these regulations is they're very complicated. The pet vending one in Wales runs to 92 pages. So you're asking a licensee, someone who wants to go into dog breeding, to read what is quite a complicated document and understand what they've got to do to comply with regulations. You're asking a local authority to understand quite complicated legislation and enforce it. And you're expecting a veterinary profession to have read it and be involved in that enforcement. So there's an awful lot of training that needs to go on to get this sort of regulation embedded first in the enforcement officers and then trickle down to the breeding community so that people start to understand how it works. My criticism is that no inspector was involved in the production of the guidance, and they are desperately difficult to inspect. They're repetitive, they keep going back over the same ground, and when you're out in the field inspecting, it's a very difficult document to actually inspect to. As it embeds, it'll get better, so I think there's a hope that the future will improve it. Part of that layer regulation is that every licensed premise must have a veterinary approved preventative health plan. Now we know this for farms, but it's been introduced for dog establishments, and it's a very useful piece of planning. And it should put the veterinarian at the forefront of the controls on the facility. And it should control for physical health, mental health, hopefully just of the dogs, and the public health risk. The problem we have with veterinarians who are helping their dog breeding clients is they think a preventative health plan is about how many wormers they should have and how much flea control. Because the veterinary mindset in the clinic doesn't tend to go beyond that when it comes to preventative health planning. They forget that the disinfection is important, the biosecurity is important, the waste disposal is important. They tend to just write a plan that says how many vaccines, how many wormers, and how many flea controls. And we need to get a bit of training in place to get this to work better so that the vet is helping breeder clients to improve and be properly licensed. Now, being an VPHA and AGV conference, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on the public health aspect. And we all know the news. We all know what these fellas are up to. This was a house that I had to go to, and this is their understairs cupboard. This is where the dog lived. So they're already a worrying breed, but then they're confined to this sort of enclosure. This is where it spends its life. And then when it gets taken out, it's expected to be sociable and a happy dog. It's a big problem, and the bully breeds are going to attract an awful lot of interest. Here's another delightful little puppy production centre. We'd taken some of the dogs out, which is why there's some empty cages there. But this was just horrendous. And this is how these dogs were being kept. And this person thought this was normal control and management of dogs in a house. And so I mentioned drainage. I'm afraid we do have to start to look at that. This was a puppy production centre that all the effluent ran out onto sheep grazing. Now that's hardly good as biosecurity on the output of the production centre. And the owners of this place had no idea that there was an issue here. They thought it was draining away and soaking away, and that was good. A little plug for Sheila. Scotland does have regulation for rehoming centres. It's the only country in the UK that does look at rehoming centres, and I think it's long overdue that we get regulation in place for rescue and rehoming. And even some of our household names need to be involved in that, because these places are picking up. They're the escape valve for the puppy farms. When dogs have reached the end of their breeding life, usually at 2 or 3 years of age, because these puppy farmers want them out before they start to get unwell, grab a couple of litters, give them to RSPCA, give them to that lovely rescue centre down the road, and then they trade them on for them. So that is technically third-party selling, but because they're rescue and they're lovely, we don't do anything about it. But we need to get regulation in place. That's one of the important controls in this whole piece, that we need to get some control on the rehoming sector. So what about border crossing? The imported dog issue, both legal and illegal, is probably one of our greatest risks to UK disease control. The demand is going to continue to influence dog values, and therefore there's going to be a greater interest in importing. And if we over-control our puppy production trade in the UK, people are going to look to overseas to bring their dogs in, because people want puppies. So we've got to be careful about killing off the pet trade in the UK, only to open the door to overseas and then bring in leishmaniasis, a leishmaniasis, a kind of coccus, You name it, these risks are there for us. And we lack sufficient border inspection and have no control of the rescue centres, which is where they end up. So we've almost got an open door for these dogs to come in from Romania. We're now seeing Polish dogs. People love to rescue Sri Lankan street dogs. And Sri Lanka is probably now breeding street dogs to send to the UK as rescue street dogs. Because that's what happens. We create a market and it's then exploited. And so, to conclusions, because I thought people might want to have a little bit more time talking about this, we do have a wide range of regulations, and a lot of them are very good. What we need is ongoing enforcement. So that's an important area of it. And we need better support for the profession. We need to encourage our colleagues to give them the authority and understanding of how to sign certifications to say these dogs are suffering, they need to come out. We do need that specific regulation of rescue facilities, and well done Scotland for blazing a trail. And we need better inspection at border control. So I'm going to leave it there and just open it for discussion and informed debate, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Does anyone have any questions? I'll go around.
Hi, Mike. I'm calling from the University of Surrey. I was just wondering, in regards to rescue particularly, that's an area which is particularly interesting, I think, especially with sort of funneling these ex-breeders and a lot of the lockdown puppies that are being surrendered because they're too difficult for clients to deal with. Do you know if any of those conversations have been opened with stakeholders in the rescue industry about regulation and how they're feeling about
that? The problem is that, is that working? Says it's on. The problem is that some of the bigger charities, Dogs Trust, Stars PCA, etc., are very much involved in discussions. They are a little bit nervous about being regulated because they don't feel they might need to, and they've introduced, in inverted commas, voluntary codes. The problem is with the two main groups, and we've got Paterson in there, and we've also got Blue Cross. The problem, when you go beyond them, you go into this really murky world of lovely, well-meaning people who think they're doing a good job and are setting up not-for-profit companies and calling themselves rescue centres. And it's in that environment that it's really difficult, and that's where it gets very, very grey and very murky, and it's those people that really need better control.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Who's in charge of enforcement for this? Is it the local authority, or is it police, or is it another, like, who owns this responsibility?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question, and one of the other big problems that we have in the UK, local authorities are the point of enforcement, and the variability between local authorities is vast. The amount of money in local authorities is diddly squat. Okay? They're being squeezed. In Wales, I think it's 22 authorities we've got. Richard, is that right? 22?
21.
Okay. I engage with probably about 5 who are quite proactive in the field, and I'm well aware of about 13 that don't care on this issue. And what we're finding is that when you crack down on, and I'm going to name Carmarthen, when Carmarthen took an interest in enforcing their 120 puppy production centres, they all moved across the border. Because these companies got a lot of money, dog values are high, and they'll find an authority that's not going to come staring at them quite so closely. And that's our problem, is trying to get universal benchmarking and cross-county working. So it's the local authorities that take responsibility for this legislation.
I don't know how long we've got the questions here, there's quite a lot of hands. No, I maybe just...
No, not me, I'm not duty now.
Someone give me a nod when you want me to move on.
Thanks, Mike. That's Anthony Ridge, veterinary advisor at DEFRA. You spoke about mental health quite a lot of dogs, which I thought was, it made sense, they're a social species, but how do you take the the subjectivity out of the mental health assessment of the dog?
I deliberately use mental health. It's a bit controversial, and I'm glad someone's picked up on it. We as a profession are very bad at dealing with social and sociability of dogs. We tend to say, not my issue, where's the behaviourist? So we take what is such an important issue and such an important public health issue, and we say, oh no, it's not my remit, I'm going to bring the behaviourist in. And I want to start highlighting that it is actually mental health issues, because it's a behaviour issue. If you've got a depraved, abnormally behaving dog, it has a mental change. We treat them with mental health modifiers, and we need to start understanding it as a mental health disease. And I think the profession can buy in more easily to a behavioural problem if we highlight it as a mental health disease. And yes, that's hugely subjective, and yes, it's very complicated, and that's perhaps why the profession says, leave it to the behaviourists.
Very quick question. So the BVA produced some guidance on fitness to breed certificates. I just wondered, is there a template for vets in practice to follow when they're asked by a breeder to produce a fitness to breed certificate? I think that might be Wales specific.
Fantastic. No, it's UK. It's actually England specific. The BVA have produced guidance for vets. I think it was published in 21. And it's written out what a preventative health plan should look like and provides a template for vets to follow. It also has guidance on how to produce fitness to breed certification. And remember, the certification word comes in there. The Royal College have actually put it into the code of conduct that a fitness to breed certificate is a veterinary certificate. So it's important that vets follow the certification principles when they're doing that and when they're engaging in that field. But there is guidance there, and I'm now involved. We've got 4 training sessions coming up starting in November for vets in Wales on how to fill out preventative health plans and fitness to breed certificates. Because I think education and training for vets is so important, and we're missing out on that one.
Thank you. Where are you advertising that?
We're still finding dates at the moment and venues. 2 are in the book, and once they're finalised, then they'll be publicised. Yeah.
Hi, Mike Tomlinson. I was fortunate enough a few years ago to get a presentation from MHRC about this, who've been investigating dog breeding, legal imports and so on. And I think one of the interesting points made by this person was that if you improve the border controls at one point, all that will happen is they'll just move to another border point where you've got lesser controls, and that's one of the big problems. You've got to have consistency with your border controls. And I think the other point he made was that whilst many of these organisations call themselves charities, they're not legally registered charities. It's just to con the public yet again. So I just thought it was a shame.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. And it's that awful problem of pushing one button down, another one pops up. And while it's still fresh in my head, if I can just come back again on the training issue for veterinarians and involvement in these preventative health plans, it's a huge marketing opportunity for the profession. You know, we should be out there saying, I can offer this service to my breeder clients to improve their productivity and to improve the health and welfare of their animals. And vets should be engaging with their breeders rather than doing what we all know vets in practice do, say, I don't do breeders. Okay? So we ought to start bringing them in, getting them to engage in improved health and welfare, and actually getting them to produce fitter, healthier puppies, which they could sell with a premium price. So I think there's a marketing opportunity there for the profession, and we ought to grab it.
Hi there. I've got a comment on illicit puppy farming, which I have a little bit of experience in that world. And I have taken action, I'll confess to this group. I, in the end, rang Crime Stoppers. You can protect your phone number, you can put a code in that protects your own personal phone number, and I can report from Crime Stoppers success. So just as a comment. I was quite scared actually, I didn't know quite what to do, and I consulted an acquaintance who's a judge actually, and the advice was come back was Crime Stoppers.
Thank you, and I think it is important that we call it out. And I remember veterinarians are allowed to report incidents that they feel might be a breach of law, and I think Royal College would support. I'm looking at Sue quite closely.
You have to save your own neck in my situation. I was frightened of reprisals.
Correct. And it is an important one, because a lot of these places, because of the value of the dogs, organised crime has moved in. That bully breeder, we went there, when I was involved in the warrant, I was told, don't have your car within 5 miles of the premises because they'll spot your licence plate and trace you back. The police went in first to make sure there were no weapons. They found a couple, and they cleared the site and made sure the dogs were safe for anyone else to go in. So these are nasty, nasty environments. And you're right to be a bit nervous about it, and that's the problem. But if we don't stand up against it, we know what the outcome's going to be.
I'm told, just by way of gossip, I suppose, that a particular person involved in the case I'm talking about kept chloroform behind his doors of his residence, so that if any unwelcome guests appeared, he could deal with them.
Strange mindset. And I think I'm now on 3 Royal College referrals on complaints from dog breeders. It just goes with the territory.
Hi, Gavin Morris, Dunbeard. In the meat industry, there's a huge emphasis on traceability. Ear tags, slap marks, etc., all sorts of identifications for animals to ensure that traceability. How does or not the traceability through microchips, etc., work in this world? I'm guessing it's difficult, but...
Gavin, a nice question. It's a bloody disaster. The microchip industry is so riven with rivalry that they will not talk to each other. I think there's around about 17 databases that need to be interrogated to find ownership. What Wales is looking to do is set up a pan-Wales database run by enforcement agency, so that if you're a licensed breeder, you have to register on the one database. And they're going to look at getting some sort of traceability that way. Also in Wales, when you breed dogs, you're supposed to, and part of your conditions, you must record the details of all the puppies produced. You have a paper trail. They sometimes forget a litter or two, but you have a paper trail, and you should be able to trace through the breeding where they've all gone. England doesn't have that requirement, so if they pop them across the border to have a litter, they vanish, and then they come back again. And we need to get that traceability system in. It's a very important one.
Thanks, Mike.
I think Juan stood up. Are we running on time?
Has to be the very, very last one, please. Remember, at the end of the day will be more time, but go ahead quickly, please.
Small animal vet, do we have any data on the percentage of our nation's dogs that are from abroad, from puppy farms? Do we have any national data on the increasing incidence of the nasty diseases that have been imported? Or is it all just hearsay?
A good question. It links into Gavin's previous one about traceability. No, we don't have any traceability. We don't know. We only can pick up through surveillance disease incidents when they're in, so a lot will go under the radar. So no, we don't know that data, and the only reliable data we have on dog population comes from the pet food industry, based on the amount of food they sell, and that gives us trends rather than actual numbers. We just don't know numbers of dogs in the UK.
Thank you. Do we have time for one more? No. You happy to?
Just very quick one.
No, we'll come back to it at the end. Is that all right? No, one more.
That's very kind. Sorry, Chair, messing with your schedule. Thank you, Mike, for bringing this topic to a very fruitful discussion. It's important, it's also complex. Many actors, some good, plenty bad, one might say, some bad, let's not be too subjective. And just to point on Wales, as you rightly highlight the differences between administrations, we are working on layer eggs, licensing animal activities, including licensed breeding. You've highlighted some of the things that Wales is doing differently in a positive way, so thank you for that too, objective and balanced. And also the fundamental theme, not only in terms of dog breeding, but responsible dog ownership, from the point of view of the prospective owner, as well as where the supply and demand comes from. A question I will not ask you to answer now if you don't want to, because time is pressing, and this is a personal question, of personal curiosity, not in any way related to my role, is views on the use of dog licensing, so completely separate to licensing of activity, but an owner having to have a license for a dog. So you can give a very brief answer maybe, but then we can have a chat over lunch.
I really think it's an important issue. Remember the value of dogs. I went to a breeder just this week. She was a licensed breeder, and she'd bought her poodle puppy from an unlicensed breeder, and I had to question her. She was a registered veterinary nurse as well, so the mindset was just boggling. She'd paid £1,200 for this puppy that wasn't Kennel Club registered, wasn't bred by a licensed breeder, but she just quite liked the look of it, and she's going to put that into her licensed breeding program, and you just think, what is going on? £1,200 for a puppy is a lot of money. Put a license fee on top wouldn't make a huge amount of difference. And I know people don't like dog taxes, but somebody's got to pay for enforcement. And if we had a £200 dog license that was a bit like a car license, where you did a practical and then you bought your dog, well, that to me seems to be the obvious one. It would solve the traceability. Sure, there'd be an underclass of people who wouldn't engage in it, but there is already. And we're dealing with those slowly, and they get picked up. But we need to get some responsibility back into pet ownership. I mean, I walk my dog locally, and I tread in dog muck on such a regular basis now that I've given up looking at my boots when I come home. All those sorts of things need to be controlled. The quality of dog ownership in the UK is on a bit of a nosedive, and I think that we need to do something to try and educate, and whether that's through enforced legislation or just education programs, I don't know the answer to that. But I'm a fan of licensing.
Thank you very much. Sorry for running over a little bit there. A very popular topic. We do also have guests for you, so thank you very much, Mike.
Lovely, thank you very much, thank you. Oh, two? Fantastic. Thank you. Oh, back in. Okay, thanks very much.
Just a couple of quick things. My first question is, Voice there, Tom, is that better? Good. And the second one is just to remind all of you that at the end of the day we've got a long question and answer session where all the speakers will be here. So if you didn't have a chance to ask your question, just keep it for later, okay? Okay, who's next?
Hi, good afternoon all. I'm delighted to introduce our next speakers who are associates from the British Society of Animal Science. My name is Bonnie and I'm a final year student at University of Surrey.
And I'm Fran. I'm a fifth year student at University of Cambridge. So one of our next speakers is Kim Mathews. Kim is an immediate past president of the British Society of Animal Science. He's the head of animal breeding and product quality for the AHDB, which is the Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board. This is responsible for the delivery of beef and sheep genetic improvement programs and in science. His own background is meat science, especially factors affecting carcass and meat quality, and he is a chartered biologist and registered animal scientist.
And we also have Nick Wheelhouse, who is a trustee of the British Society of Animal Science, an associate professor in microbiology and deputy director of the Centre of Biomedicine and Global Health at Edinburgh Vpha University. He has a background in animal nutrition and is a member of the FSA Advisory Committee on Animal Feedstuffs. Nick's research focuses on the diagnosis, immunopathogenesis and epidemiology of livestock reproductive infections, with a particular interest in studying the impacts of zoonotic bacterial pathogens on human and animal health. Thank you, Kim and Nick.
Thank you very much. Is that working okay for everyone? All right. Okay. So, not right. Okay, I've got it now. Okay, the technology. Hey. So, I'm conscious we stand between you and lunch, but I'm also grateful that I'm going first and Nick's going second, so he gets all the pressure. So, what we're going to do is just take you through a little bit about what our society is, who or what is the British Society of Animal Science, talk a little bit about veterinary and animal science working together. We might touch on BSAS membership, but probably that's not the priority for today, and then invite you to our conference in 2024. But primarily this is about how do we work together, and we were delighted to have Mike and also Donald Murphy come and present at our conference earlier in the year, and we're delighted to be here to sort of reciprocate. So a very brief history. The Society was set up in 1944 as the British Society of Animal Production. So our main focus is production animals, so animals used for meat and milk and maybe other products, but on farms. We became the British Society of Animal Science in 1996, and we changed our legal structure in 2021, so we're actually a Scottish charitable incorporated organisation. And we will be celebrating our 80th birthday at our conference next year. The Society was built on three main values, really. The need for basic research to determine the facts and bring forward new knowledge, with a very clear understanding that that's all very well on its own, but actually it needs to be demonstrated and communicated so that it is useful and has impact to the community that we serve. And underpinning that, the importance of undergraduate and postgraduate education, particularly at university level. And a very nice history of the Society was written by Professor Colin Whittemore in 2019. So those values are very much mirrored in our purpose as we see it today. And communication, something probably we don't do well enough, but something that we see as really important to build on. And really wanting to lead the conversation in terms of scientific evidence, in terms of where does animal production fit into sustainable systems of agriculture and the production of food in the current environment and the impact on the environment. Collaboration is really important, and that's been a theme which I think has come out through our conversations yesterday afternoon and over dinner, and indeed in the other presentations, that none of us can solve the problems that we're facing in animal agriculture or indeed in any of these other things we've been talking about without collaborating together. And we see very definitely the collaboration between animal scientists and vets as being key to that. And we want to support our members' development, but from early career stages, and it's great to see, to see the young people leading this conference here, but all the way through people's careers to support development. And to underpin that, we have a registration scheme for animal scientists. We're in the process of reviewing our strategy, so this isn't complete. It's a bit of a collection of thoughts about where we're heading. We will, I think this year, we will launch a more formal articulation of what our strategy is. But we're very much wanting to be part of that conversation about addressing climate change and where does animal production fit within that and the wider ecosystem. Our members bring a wealth of evidence-based science and knowledge to help not champion the sector, but champion good decision-making in a one nutrition, one health environment, and to inform government policy and related decision-making activities. I often say, and people probably get annoyed with me, but policymakers will often go to geographers and economists to ask about the role of animals in climate change, and they don't come to animal scientists. That's not always the fault of the policymaker, that's our fault, because we hide in a corner and don't put ourselves forward, and the society is looking at how we better address that. We want to work with others to improve health and welfare, and we want to, as I've already said, encourage and support the development of early career professionals. So our activities, I'm not going to go through all of this. You can find more about us on the website if you want to go into more detail. But just looking at the coloured ring around the centre there, really, I suppose the three main things we do is membership and accreditation, publications, which I'll come back to, and our events. And those are probably the key things that we do to support the other activities as well, which are the careers of people in animal science. Connecting globally, and we have a number of global collaborations now with other societies where we share information, we exchange speakers and so on. And our wider stakeholder audience. So our scientists are not just those working in academia, but they might be in animal feed companies or in veterinary health companies indeed, or the wider community. So what does all this have to do with vets? Well, with thanks to Milorad, who pointed me at this, there was an Every paper on veterinarians employed in industry. And if you look down that list, I'm not going to go through all this, you'll be glad to know one by one. But if you look down all of those lists, there are some things in there that, yes, you need to be a qualified vet in order to do some aspects of some of these things. But actually many of them are at the interface between veterinary science and animal science. And animal scientists can probably contribute, if not lead on, many of the things that you see on that list. And I thought, just to give a bit of colour to this, I'd give one little example from my day job in terms of the kinds of things that we do that are at that kind of interface. I unashamedly have pinched slides that my colleague Miranda prepared for something else. Miranda happens to be a vet who was in practice but decided that wasn't for her and has stepped into a slightly different role working within AHDB as an animal health and welfare scientist. And we've been working together over the last year on delivering our pork origin verification program, which is about supply chain integrity and improving consumer confidence. So many of these issues will be familiar to you. So both retailers and the Food Industry Intelligence Network have identified protein in particular as high-risk food area for fraud. And there are economic pressures and some of the relaxations and trade deals that are being done increase this, that increase the risk of fraud when a product commands a price premium. And UK pork regularly trades above the average EU price. So there was a demand for origin verification particularly from our farmer levy payers who are wanting to maintain that price premium and feel the risk of pork coming in and undercutting what they're doing. So the British pork sector has been pretty well at the front of using what we call SIRA, or stable isotope reference analysis, to protect the sector. So we worked with others, AgroIsoLab being the main partner that we worked with back in 2009 at the very beginning of this, to establish a stable isotope reference library for British pork. And we now use that reference library to test samples against. So we will go out, purchase fresh and cured pork products that are labelled as British from retailers, and then we can check the isotope signature of that product against the reference library. We also work with auditors in some of the assurance schemes who collect samples directly from abattoirs, also meat processing facilities, to test against the reference library. So we have about 1,400 samples of known origin which provide the reference against which we're testing. And then we can work out what's the likelihood of that sample being British, and see how closely it matches to do that. Obviously, the larger the database, the less likely it is that we'll get some false warnings. So the more representative the database is of the population that we're wanting to verify against, the better. So we are also supplementing the database over time. And it correctly categorises over 90% of samples, and perhaps the closest parallel to British pork is Irish, and it can distinguish between those two. We're very fortunate in mainland GB that we have water all the way around us, which makes this a lot more effective than, for example, in mainland Europe, where some of those land borders don't give quite as good distinction. So if it flags as less than 40% chance of being British, so we're fairly lenient with our judgment, although in practice you tend to see things at the extremes. They are either 95% confident that it's British, or it drops into the sort of 5 to 10% bracket. Doesn't always mean there's fraud. We have to follow up with an investigation as to why there's a warning. It might be, and particularly in the early days of the work, and if we were to roll this out into other sectors, this is one to bear in mind. It might be that you've picked a sample that happens to have come from a farm in an area that we don't have well represented in the database, and there's something particular about the water sources, or maybe even the subsoil that's giving you a different isotope signature. It might be there's been a change in production method, so one of the things that influences the isotope signature, for example, is whether it's a maize-based diet or a more traditional sort of wheat, barley, grain-based diet, because of the difference in the photosynthetic pathways between those different crops. Then you get different isotope signatures coming through, or the sample isn't where it claims to be from. And then we can investigate that. And for example, we work with the British Meat Processors Association, who own a stand of the British pork, and they will then conduct a full traceability investigation and can follow up on the basis of that. So, as I say, this is an example of where we are all interested in food integrity, food safety, and making sure the consumer gets what they want, and I thought that was just a little example to illustrate that. So, what else is BSAS doing? So I thought it would also useful to sort of talk about some of the partnerships we do, and I've picked CL as an example. CL is the Centre for Innovation Excellence in Livestock, one of 4 agri-tech centres in the UK, although there are pretty advanced conversations about 3 of those coming together in a merger at the moment. So we we're a society that represents a lot of members, individual members. CL has a membership which is organisational, so a lot of the universities delivering animal science are members of CL, as are a lot of other organisations, businesses in particular. So we wanted to bring our networks of research and industry closer together, to extend our communication reach, to work together on policy. So one of the things that we're beginning to think about is working together on what is a research priority, or what are the research priorities in animal science for the UK. And perhaps there is a publicly available plant science strategy, but we don't have that in animal science, so that's something that we would like to work on, to share resources and generally work together. But the key thing I wanted to pull out was our EAAP membership. So EAAP is the European Federation of Animal Science. I don't know about you, but it really annoys me that the letters don't line up. It used to be the European Association of Animal Production. Why they couldn't change it to EFAS, I don't know, but anyway. It's the largest forum of European animal science. It hosts a major annual conference, and if you want to know more about this year's, talk to Nick, because he was there this time round. And it's a network of animal scientists across the whole of Europe, basically, and the sort of fringes around Europe as well, with 33 member countries, driven by commissions which are made up of the members that then drive the programme for the conference. You can read the numbers there for yourself. But we also partner with the AAP in that we jointly publish with the AAP and INRAE in France our suite of journals. So Animal is our main journal, and we're very grateful for people publishing in Animal because the revenue from that helps support the society. So please do publish in Animal if you're doing animal science research. But just to come back to our partnership with CL, we have to pay a national membership fee to EAAP to get the membership benefits as a country, and so we're very grateful to partner with CL in that, where we're paying part of that fee and they're paying the other part. I'm not going to go through all these numbers, and some of you will be far more familiar with some of these platforms than I am. I believe I'm not supposed to call it Twitter anymore. We have quite a reach, and this is something which we would like to sort of leverage and offer to others to as a sort of communication channel to reach the audience of animal scientists. So that might be one to think about. So I guess coming back to why we're here, I guess we're here because we want to understand how we might work better together. And so with that in mind, thinking about what might we do to partner, I'm going to hand over to Nick next, who really does stand between you and lunch. Nick.
Thank you. I've been worried about tripping on that step all day. So the next part of this talk, I want to discuss a little bit about VPHA and BSAS, but also the wider issues around animal science and veterinary science. And we had some good conversations yesterday. Because I actually come from the veterinary science background, I'm not a vet by profession, but I worked at the Morning Research Institute for 11 years where I did a lot of the repro work. I've continued to do that work since I went and left there and went to Napier. And I want to start off cribbing quite a lot of information from the VPHA website. And I noticed that these were the aims of the organisation: development of national community legislation, delivering of public health officials, management of zoonotic disease outbreaks, but also this idea around food animal production, and that's something that's very strong within BSAS. It's always been within the remit of the organisation. And it's always been those kind of traditional animal production values where animal science has really, I would say, probably led in many respects in terms of nutrition and some of the other aspects. And then I actually relied on AI to actually try and define animal science. So I went to ChatGPT and asked it, what do animal scientists do? It might be easy said of it. And this is what AI told me. So really involved in animal nutrition, genetics, breeding, animal production management, animal behaviour, animal welfare. And actually you can probably see that there's a great deal of interactions amongst all of those activities. And there's a great deal of interaction between those activities and the activities of VPHA as well. So there is a direct link there. But I came back to BSAS in the last year as a trustee after being away for a while. And one of the things in the interview that I said was I felt that veterinary science needed to have better representation with animal science to solve some of the wider issues in society, and some of the, especially in terms of sustainability and the impacts of agriculture on the environment. Because from my experiences for working in this area for 16 years, I felt that at times never the twain shall meet. And it hasn't particularly met. But then actually some of those conclusions I drew were not quite so straightforward, because I decided to have a bit of a trawl and see where the interactions between those areas where veterinary and animal science interact have actually been highlighted at BSAS conferences in the talks. These are taken from the talk titles. And I do like a word cloud. And you can see there that these are some of the biggest issues we've got. AMR, health, obviously, antimicrobial, anti-helminthics. I've always had it in my head that parasitology, particularly, has had very good interactions between animal health, animal science, in terms of production and the direct impacts, and involving treatments to try and come up with alternatives. One Health, GHG. I would say I had to take off the word methane, because methane was mentioned so many times in titles that it actually dwarfed the whole everything else. So we know that actually there is direct interactions there, possibly not as many as we would like, and some of these are in direct, coordinated sessions. I think there may have been some speakers here from here, directly speaking at the One Health sessions, at the environmental sessions. And I actually did a trawl also of Animal, are the titles that have been published in Animal Journal. And there have been a wide range of veterinary conditions that are actually published regularly there. Mainly those that are concerned around welfare. We see the overt ones, mastitis, foot rot and lameness. They come up a lot in those hits, and parasitology. Maybe not so many in my area around reproductive failure and abortion. So I wanted to provide an example, something that I'm working on today, where we've actually come together, veterinary sciences and animal scientists at ILRI in Nairobi, to actually try and come up with some solutions to the problem of quantifying the impacts of animal health actually on methane, on greenhouse gases. Because we want to see that animal health is a great mitigation measure against climate change and a win-win for farmers. And this is something that's actually ongoing, so there is no results to this at the moment. I've been working for 7 years in East Africa. Mainly we've been concerned with zoonosis, the zoonotic transmission, Q fever, brucellosis, leptospirosis. Okay? A lot of that work is serological, so we know those diseases actually circulate. But one of the bugbears of mine has been that production, the impacts on production, are very, very rarely measured. And unfortunately, you have to do the hard yards when you can do this. You need to do things like longitudinal studies and actually find the impacts of this. You can't just do a cross-sectional study to really quantify that. And so we're actually involved with Bill and Melinda Gates Project and another funder from the US to actually try and quantify the impact of abortifacient, but also impact of pathogens on calf mortality. And if I told you the rates of calf mortality in this area is 16% in the first year of life, it might not be particularly shocking to people, but we're looking at about 6 to 8% in the UK. So there are really significant potential wins there. But where does the animal science come in? Well, as us on the veterinary side have just found out, it's a little bit more complicated than just trying to measure the number of animals and seeing and guessing how much methane produce. You actually have to figure out how much they eat, what the digestibility is of that diet, what the milk yield is, and also the milk composition, because the milk fat actually is a good measure of the methane production, and also the growth rates, because ultimately these are farmers who are working in marginal systems, and it's all about the milk yield and the growth rates of these animals. So really, why is it so important to integrate this? Because without both the veterinary science looking at the disease, we have to diagnose the diseases, with the production measures, we will not get a handle on this very important problem. And I'm sure you've seen better diagrams of this. This is the tripartite model of One Health. Okay? Humans, the environment, and the animals. And they overlap. Now, I am going to do a major blatant plug for BSAS 2024 here. I'm just going to warn you. Because I actually think that overlap maybe it's a little bit more important. You know, they're direct. We have direct links to animal science. We have a direct animal health and ecosystem health. And actually, that's what BSAS 2024 is focusing on in Belfast, a week after Easter. So I told you it was a direct plug. And just to whet the appetite a little bit more, there are sessions on livestock, climate change, the role of vets, direct vets in parasitic control, climate change and endemic disease. I particularly think that's a great session because I think I'm chairing it. The industrial science and precision technologies. And I think I'm going to leave it with there because everybody will be starving. Perhaps maybe we want to do questions after. I don't know. Chair. Thank you.
We've got the talks loaded for the afternoon session already. Yes. Super. Right. So yeah, I'd like to invite Thomas up and hand over to Rebecca to introduce our next session.
You know how to do this now. Thomas, it's here.
So while they're getting set up, I'd like to introduce Thomas. He is sort of integrating at the moment, doing masters, and is a student at the University of Nottingham. Going to go with a bit what Murdoch said earlier, because Thomas has a keen interest in public health that wants to be a future UK CBO. So he is accepting sponsorships for next year's conference. And so are the other students, so thank you very much. But yeah, so Thomas is doing a talk on his experience and some wholesome insights gained on the valuable takeaways for both students and the VPH profession. Basically, and he's still not got his slides out, so...
We have got the presentation up, but it's just not so...
All film material.
Yes.
Do we have a tech person?
That's too much pressure. But he's really enjoying living in Kenya.
students that have been working on this, you obviously discussed and decided on a topic for this year, like a theme for this year.
Yeah.
What were the other things that you maybe thought of that didn't make it that we could maybe consider for next year? If there were any. It doesn't matter anymore.
Thank you very much. So, yes, I'm a vet student. I should be in fourth year, but currently taking a year to do a Master's of Research. And my talk today is just going to be on sort of the student's viewpoint on public health, its perceptions, and I guess my experience of it thus far. So, I would like everyone here to cast their mind back when they first sat in that lecture theatre learning about public health. For some people that could be a few weeks ago, but for others I imagine that could be measured in decades. And I imagine some of the images that are coming up in your mind are pictures like this, and the memory of standing there, sitting there in the exam, staring at a piece of meat like that, going, oh no, it's one of these million parasites that I need to know, but which one is it? And then you ultimately end up picking a sissy circus of some flavour out of the bag. And I'm sure another sort of image is your typical notifiable disease. So, at vet school, clearly there's a syllabus that has to be followed, and a list of pathologies and diseases that need to be taught in order to equip vet students with the knowledge they need to become day one competent vets. And despite that sort of overarching theme where we need to equip vet students with those skills, the perception of public health is these pictures, which is a real shame because it's a huge, wide spectrum of jobs and skills that those vets use on a day-to-day basis, which are so transferable to every single part of the profession. So I think firstly, with this as the sort of general perception, that's what we need to start to perhaps look at and change. Oh, and the computer is about to restart. Snooze. So I was always interested in veterinary public health, and I wanted to take that further on clinical placement because although we had such a great experience at school learning about it, nothing ever compares to the real thing and seeing it in practice, and that's ultimately the best way to find out whether you like something or not, to go out and see it in real life. So I went on placement to a sourcehouse, which then becomes looking at a lot of documents and applying those in real life. And again, at vet school you learn all sorts about the Manual of Official Controls, or the Bible, as I found out it's called. And also things like welfare of animals, transport killing, Animal Welfare Act, etc., etc. But placement, in a corny way of saying it, brings these pieces of legislation and guides to life, and seeing the physical application of them makes them real, and you can see why, and gain that appreciation and understanding of why they are a thing and why they are so important. So what I've done now is I've just sort of taken some of the day one competencies from the RCVS, and I'm going to talk about essentially how public health applies to these day one competencies. So I don't think everyone, especially at university, realises and appreciates how transferable skills are, because, as previously mentioned, most people just think of a picture of Sissy Circus Ovis. So I've taken just a handful, but you can go through every single one, and it's totally relevant, but we'd be here all day otherwise. So demonstrating ability to manage in situations where information is incomplete, deal with contingencies, and adapt to change. Clearly, that's vital in any sort of veterinary space, but especially in the abattoir. Always have to adapt to change and have those contingency plans in place, because what if the line breaks down? What if an animal arrives and it's lame and you need to prioritise that? You need to be able to manage and deal with those situations where you didn't expect it, or you've got incomplete information because of, it's not got a passport, it's not got ear tags, you've got to deal with that. Act professionally. I think my time at vet school, animal placements in other small animal practices, you always overhear and see sort of difficult conversations with difficult owners. Nothing quite compared me for the relationship between the FBO and the OV at times. And that relationship can sometimes be quite fiery, and you always must act professionally. Act in a way that shows understanding of ethical and legal responsibilities. So clearly, as the OV at an abattoir, for example, they're responsible for the health and welfare of the animals. And that has to be balanced in line with what A, the law says, and then secondly, what that FBO wants to do. And then that creates challenging situations, and also then may or may not require the need to act professionally. Critically review and evaluate evidence. This can be as simple as taking pictures and measurements to inform reports, to inform what goes into the daybook, whether it's recording the temperatures of the water steriliser, and evaluating that evidence to come up with plans and ultimately, if required, take enforcement action. And then using your knowledge and apply that to varying scenarios and contexts. So it's great that you have the manual and official controls, but as I learned, it's not written for every situation, and that requires often to adapt and use the knowledge that you've got from previous experiences, use the knowledge of your colleagues, get on the phone, ring someone else, get some advice to deal with the really wide range of situations that can occur in an abattoir. Professional records and case reports. Something I don't think quite a lot of people realise, and certainly I didn't until the first thing I was introduced to was the daybook and the previous 5 years' daybooks. Everything has to go in the daybook. It's no different from small animal notes or an equine vet going out and seeing a lame horse and accurately recording this. Because if it doesn't go down in the daybook, it didn't happen, and you can't take any sort of action. And that sort of knowledge is transferable, as I've just described, to every single aspect of the profession. But you might not think about it for veterinary public health. But as I said, daybook, case reports, you might be filing a report to trading standards, to APHA, to FSA, to the different export industries. So it's all really relevant. Communicate clearly and collaborate with referral, diagnostic and other professional services. So again, another one that perhaps on the surface doesn't really look to be quite relevant. On the other hand, if you're the OV at a slaughterhouse and you suspect a notifiable disease, you've got to communicate clearly and collaborate with APHA. If you suspect a welfare case, you've got to collaborate with trading standards. So whilst on the surface that day one competency doesn't seem very relevant because clearly you're not referring for diagnostic or referral services, it's still totally applicable. Prioritise situational urgency and allocate resources. This one's really simple. A lame cow arrives and that needs to be prioritised to be slaughtered first. And that's using your knowledge to apply it to that situation in order to prioritise the welfare of that animal. This one, collect, preserve and transport samples, diagnostic tests. Again, on the surface, might not seem too relevant because you're not sending off any lab results to treat an animal with, but the VMD sends you a helpful little package most weeks with all the little kits that you need to take samples for and then be accurately recorded and posted within the time frame that they give you. Assess and manage pain. And again, another one I don't think is considered, especially by vet students and because the animals are there to die at the end of the day. But it's the OV's job to assess and manage pain, because if the animal is in pain, then that animal needs to be prioritised for slaughter. And again, that's using other day one competencies. It's amazing how they're all related. And I think overall, and most importantly, act professionally in complex situations. I think the AV is probably the best person who embodies this day one competency, because no day on the job is the same, and often they're really, really complicated scenarios. As I heard last night, just an example, the AV at a poultry plant, it's 2 in the morning and the line is broken down and you've got 100,000 birds sitting in the layerage. What do? You've got an FBO that's perhaps slightly angry that the line's broken down, and you can you have to perhaps tell them that they've got to do something that is not in their economical interest. But it's maintaining that professionalism and dealing with that situation as best as you can. So I think the main lessons learned are skills developed in veterinary public health are completely and utterly transferable to every other area of the profession, as hopefully I've just demonstrated. Vets in VPH settings are extremely well-rounded and have an amazing set of skills that they're able to draw upon in all sorts of different scenarios. And completing a veterinary public health-based placement has given me a wider understanding of veterinary industry, and ultimately it will make me a better vet. Having that understanding of what the end outcome is huge. If you want to be a farm vet, at the end of the day you need to know what you're doing, why you're doing what you're doing. You're keeping animals healthy and fit so that the farmer can send them on a transport to an abattoir and sell them. By understanding that end process and by understanding types of rejections, why things are being rejected, you can implement measures on farm to prevent and make sure that there are fewer rejections, which makes you and your life happier, because you've got a happier farmer because they're having less rejections, making more money. So I think overall it's an extremely important sort of placement to do, and I'd recommend to any student to go ahead and do one, even if you know you're not going to be doing a job potentially in that sector. It will make you a more rounded vet, and it will still build upon many of those day one competencies, many of those skills that you will need no matter what aspect of the profession you go into. So just I'll end with a few thank yous to Colsman, Ianel, Beata, Raluca, Rafael, and my VPH tutor, Amelia. Thank you for having me on the placement and facilitating that. I had a really, really, really great time and learned a lot. So, thank you, and I'll take any questions if there is any.
Okay, right at the back, we're running. Right, another microphone, still running.
Thank you. First of all, just look at those names of people that you came across at E&J. I think you're in some very safe hands there. You've got some brilliant people looking after you. Okay, this questions might be a little unfair, but are you contemplating a career as an official veterinarian? And one of the very sad statistics is that out of all of the vets in E&J, none really come from UK vet schools, and no matter how hard we try, UK veterinary graduates do not become abattoir OVs. So I just I'm very interested in, because we've got some quite influential people in this room today, your views on why that is, and any views that you might have on how that can be changed.
Yeah, so I am absolutely considering a career as an OV in a slaughterhouse, and it's a really interesting point, because when I tell people that that's what I'd quite like to do, it's often met with a bit of a strange reaction from fellow sort of vet students, and then when I tell my family, hey, there are vets in abattoirs, that's a bit weird, isn't it? No, mum, no, this is why. Why is that the case? Ultimately, it's a topic that needs some concrete, profound research, surveys, focus groups, to get some concrete evidence for that. But I'll still give you my sort of anecdotal evidence and view as a vet student. And I think it's a culture thing, and I think the sort of the perception of the profession is pictures like this, and people think they're going to be spending all day on a line, feeling for cystic circus, looking at abscesses, and yes, that is an important part of the job, but there's perhaps there's not the holistic understanding of what the OV does and how important their role is, not only in the abattoir but safeguarding public health. And it's my opinion that OVs in abattoirs are the most important vets, because at the end of the day they safeguard human health. And I think that as a profession is one of the most important things that we do. People think that this isn't real veterinary work, and that's a real shame, because it absolutely is, as hopefully I've just demonstrated by going through those day one competencies. But because it's not viewed as that, and it's viewed often as a topic, you've just got to get done, just got to pass this module, and then I can go on to being a racehorse vet. That's sort of how it's viewed, which, for example, anaesthesia teaching isn't viewed as that, or doing a clinical exam of a dog isn't viewed as that. So I think it's a culture thing. I think it's changing perceptions, changing hearts and minds, and ultimately getting people on placement, getting people into abattoirs and showing them what the OV does. Because most people have this sort of perception, image in their mind of what they do, but it's so far from the truth. And we're quite lucky at Nottingham at the moment. We've now got an abattoir that's operating. And I know from speaking to my peers that's changed a lot of people's minds and perceptions of an abattoir, because it's not this horrendous, dirty, disgusting place. It's a clean food processing facility. So making sure that young vet students have those experiences, have that exposure, is vital. And without that, we're not going to change hearts and minds. But there isn't a quick win, I don't think, and that's why we need to commission some sort of research that does some sort of good focus groups, get some good qualitative data, so we can analyse those reasons and hopefully dispel those myths.
Right, thank you. Just by the way, to be clear, if you wanted to go into veterinary public health as a novice official veterinarian, I can guarantee you a job today. So.
Thank you very much.
I've got another question. I can see Jenna down the front, and she'll have an insight from Nottingham as well, so that's going to be really useful for you. Claire White from the National Farmers Union. This is a reflection sort of perhaps on moving on from your day one competencies that is around the role of vet GDP and that sort of post-graduation piece. I've been on the committee for vet GDP on RCVS, and we've been working hard to try and integrate things like animal health and welfare policy and non-clinical roles into those EPAs so that they become a bit more relevant. So people kind of get that idea that actually veterinary public health is part of all clinical roles, and animal health and welfare policy too, but also that the vet GDP will apply to you. And I've worked really hard with the committee, and I know that Ian J were involved in vet GDP for some of their recent graduates as well, that it is applicable to those that are working in official controls as well. So we need to just keep pushing that. Thank you.
I think that's a really, really important point, where public health isn't just a farm animal thing, it's not just an abattoir thing, it's not just an BHA DEFRA thing, it's a crucial part of every single veterinary job, and that's something that needs to be pushed as well. You know, if you're a small animal vet, you've still got that duty to the public, you've still got that duty to look out for notifiable diseases. If you're an equine vet, exactly the same. I think we touched on it on the earlier talk, where, you know, perhaps our vets in those industries aren't considering public health as much as they perhaps should be. And integrating that into VPH curriculums, making it less about pictures like this and more pictures about puppy farms, and we're looking at the disease risk there, we're looking at epidemiology and making it really interesting. I think that's something at Nottingham we've tried to do this year especially, and I know from the lectures that I've had this year, it's being really pushed that, you know, this is such a small part of such a wide topic, and it's making sure people realise that. Because people get bogged down when they see pictures of CC circus ovis, and they get scared and confused because it's another life cycle to remember. But yes, unless there's any other questions.
I just wanted to agree with Tom. I'm a student at Nottingham, same year, me and Tom are colleagues. So we see quite a lot of the same opinions. I think, just going back to what your question, in other aspects of the profession, there's role models. For example, James Harriet, a lot of farm vets look up to him, and there's... He's not real. Yeah, well, the Yorkshire vets on TV, Noel Fitzpatrick on TV. There's online social media representation of all of those different aspects of the profession, but that doesn't really exist in this area, and I think a lot of people who grow up like me wanting to help your pet dog don't realise the impact that helping all of the pet dogs in the country can do, and that's through having an interest in public health. So I think that might be where sort of inspiring students is lacking, and I think it needs to be linked to other modules on the course and make it more of a one approach.
There we go, UK CVOs. Need to get you on ITV. All policy, great and small. Thank you very much. Is there a question? Yes.
You will not be surprised, not a UK CEO, but Tom, thank you for an amazing talk. We talk about this a lot, and certainly in the FSA, I'm Jane Clark, Vet Director for the FSA, we want to do this research. We want people like you to tell us what it is that makes a difference. I've spoken to some of your colleagues, and there's some reverb here, I must be too close to the mic. We spoke to some of your colleagues about exactly that, who are the role models. We do have a Government Veterinary Services blog. There's information out there, but how accessible is it? I saw a beautiful picture of careers with a load of kids sitting at the front. They were 5, 6, 7-year-old, and it's what career do you want to be? And the photo said vet on 3 or 4 of their little placards. People want to be vets. They get self-selected out because they're told it's not for them. They don't understand the variety of all of the different things that you can do with a veterinary degree, and they certainly don't know about the work we do. So hoping very much that we can keep on talking about it with all of you amazing vet students and your veterinary public health lecturers and the CVOs and the profession. We've got BVA and RCVS President B here. I think you've got a good audience, and I just want to say thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Hi, so I was just to further that, I'm a student at the University of Surrey, so I just want to continue that conversation, Jane. I think we were talking earlier about the opportunities for student EMS, especially. I know the RCVS have made some changes in terms of core elective sort of subjects that we have to do beforehand. I don't know, do a certain amount of weeks of EMS in each area has now been removed. I'm sure it's probably for financial concerns, which I know were definitely prevalent in my year group. But it's a really good opportunity to signpost students to those opportunities in public health, to get them involved, and various opportunities which are not potentially focusing on OPs, but all these amazing people in this room that have started as that and then ended up further down the line and making those national impacts is something that I think we need to integrate into the curriculum a bit more. I think Surrey is certainly working on this sort of One Health approach and contextualising are learning a bit more. And I think if we can definitely open those conversations, like you were saying, Thomas and Jane, with our public health lecturers, and see if we can continue to integrate it, potentially lower down in the syllabus at the younger year groups, just to say, you know what, like, we are here, public health is an option for everyone. It doesn't just mean looking towards, I don't know, the death of animals. It means making sure that contextualised care is carried on to ensure that their welfare is carried through until the very last moments of their life.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much. Right, I think you do have something.
Yes.
How easy is it for vet students to actually get a placement in an abattoir? Because my experience has been that FBOs are not very amenable. So I just wondered how easy is it?
Yes.
Is it a case of educating the FBOs to say,
I think,
come on, take some students?
Yeah, so when I was there was certainly a bit of apprehension. When I first arrived and had an FSA lab coat on, they thought I was an unannounced visit, and there was a lot of sort of panic. But once they realised that I was not there in any sort of official capacity, I think they quite enjoyed that they had people taking an interest. They enjoyed the fact that, you know, I was local to the area and taking an interest in a local business and wanting to get involved with that. I think for me, it was a couple of emails that got sent, and it all got sorted. And the most difficult thing that I needed to work out with Amelia was, did E&J still have a tie policy or not? So no, and the answer is no. So it was incredibly easy, but I think you're always going to get resistance from an FBO. Just, you know, I've been on, it's like any placement though, hit or miss. I've been to vet practices where some you rock up and they treat you as a member of the team, and you rock up to other placements and you're in charge of the washing machine. And at the end of the day, that's the way it is. And it's about building strong, robust relationships with those abattoirs that are local to your university, getting those great working relationships so that you can send students there and there's a good reciprocal relationship, and that's sort of the cornerstone of how you need or how you get good quality placements at abattoirs.
Yeah, can I just jump on that? So when I did my abattoir placement, I went to one of the locations that Nottingham do on their rotations. So when I was there, they had some Nottingham students on one of the days. So the guy in charge was very happy to have me, no concerns. When I rocked up for my week, no one else knew I was supposed to be there, and it was very awkward originally, but they were very happy to have students because they were used to it. And so I guess for other places, and I just felt fortunate in that, but I guess it's just teething problems, and when people are used to having students in the room, then it'll probably get a bit easier. But I feel like we are slightly out of time, so if we could maybe pause the questions towards the Q&A session at the end, that would be ideal.
I'm here all day, so save all your questions. But thank you very much, everyone.
Hello, my name is Rebecca. I'm a Liverpool fourth year. So I'm introducing Jenna, who's another vet student. She's currently at Nottingham and in fourth year also. When she graduates, she may be considering a career in farm or mixed practice. And she's come to talk to us about the project that she's currently doing at that school, looking into the difficulties that farmers face when transporting their animals. Again, Jenna does not have her slides ready.
It's already up. Okay. In the interest of time, I'll start anyway and just introduce myself. So I'm going into fourth year, vet student, and I've been working with Claire from the NFU
and Amelia, who is sat at the back with her phone up filming me. And we have a project looking at farmers' opinions and challenges on animal transport. It is just worth mentioning as well that Inspire have been very kind, and they are funding students to inspire them more and try and bring us into the research field by encouraging us to participate. So I think that's a good opportunity for students, and it's very helpful. It is also worth mentioning that we're still in the process of analysing and going through the information that we've received from this project. The survey closed 2 weeks ago, so a bit of a short turnaround. But yeah.
I will jump in now. I'm not hijacking Jenna's presentation. She did ask me to do it. So it's fine. Everyone knows what I look like. It's fine. I'll be the disembodied voice. So just to add to that, the project came about following some conversations I had with Amelia after the last conference, which was about collaboration, and I spoke about collaboration, and it felt like a great opportunity really to sort of share and seek areas of interest between students, between the industry, National Farmers Union representing the industry, and the Vet and Public Health Department. This was our first go, really. So you're hearing for the first time the products that work. We're also presenting at the Humane Slaughter Association in October, and Charlie wanted me just to shout out on that to say that there are still some places left. They are going fast, but if you're interested in attending, there are some programmes outside and also a few packs left as well. So go and have a look if you're interested. Thank you.
The theme of this conference is what can we control, and I think this is a very important topic. There are some aspects of animal transport that we can't control, but it's important that we focus on the things that we can. So we wanted to look at in our project at how we can help farmers and transporters make the best decisions, how well things are communicated between the government, vets and farmers, and allowing them to work as a whole, and also minimising the potential risks of transport animals.
So on that, there's been a consultation with sort of around the end of 2021 that looked at welfare and transport and developing policy in those areas, and actually on the publication of that report there was several sort of reflections on focusing on fitness of transport, farmers' understanding and transporters' understanding of that, and then training as well. So it's quite topical in terms of ongoing policy developments.
In the interest of time, I won't go through all of this, but this is just the most up-to-date agriculture and slaughter statistics that we've been using as background for our project. These are taken from DEFRA agriculture reports and the FSA slaughter sector surveys as well. So this is kind of what underpins our project. Food-producing animals transported at least once in their life, and it has the potential to be a very stressful experience if not properly managed. EFSA have identified up to 12 welfare consequences depending on the species that can occur during transport, and these can have any of the 5 negative affective states, or cause any of the 5 negative affective states that are on the slide there. So these can include fear, pain, discomfort, distress or frustration, and they can all be caused by any of the 12 things on the other side of the arrow there. It's important to mention that not all of these occur in every journey, and they can be minimised or eliminated if properly managed, but if properly managed is the key point there. So I believe that all of us here will know the guidance and legislation that we're referring to. It's the Welfare of Animals Transport Order and Council Reg number 1/205. Yeah, that's great. We've also got the maximum temperature, upper critical temperatures, which have been recommended by EFSA, and some DEFRA resources as well. I think our key point from all of this is a slightly ill or injured animal, and that's a direct quote from the legislation. But I think a lot of people that we've definitely determined this through the project, what does this actually mean? It's a very subjective sentence, and I think we want to refine that a bit. So this is just about the project. We've discussed this already. So it was a survey-based preliminary study, and the key focuses were understanding fitness and transport guidelines, how farmers utilise emergency on-farm slaughter, and how these can be improved. We want to provide a baseline for a topic that's virtually unexplored in the United Kingdom, and we hope the results from this can direct future research, guidance and legislation, and improve animal welfare overall. So I designed the survey along with Claire and Amelia. We had a maximum of 28 questions. It was anonymous, voluntary. The questions were all optional apart from the first one, which was consent for use of the data. We had titles of the pages which were about you, found the work, just to get a demographic of who we were looking at. We've got experience with fitness for transport, and then the developments that we could implement in the future. These were all the routes that we used to disseminate the survey, and we had 51 responses in the, I think it was about 6 weeks that it was open for. So we're on to our results. We had a fairly good spread of results from different areas. All of Northern Ireland does have the same postcode, so that is our one response from Northern Ireland is shown here, and then Clip Scotland. We did struggle with sort of the rest of Scotland and South East England, and then we've also got other areas of the demographic that we've explored as well. Just worth mentioning that we did have more female respondents than we necessarily expected, and we did aim to include all sectors in it, but we had the majority of responses from beef, dairy and sheep.
Just to comment on that and to say that actually it would be really useful if we'd have had some more responses from the South East, particularly in relation to some of the questions which are about emergency slaughter provision, because we know that's an area where there's becoming increasing lack of small abattoir or medium abattoir slaughter capacity that our members tell us because of closures. In terms of the pig and poultry section, it's probably a reflection for any follow-up surveys is that because of the integrated nature of those businesses, the transport isn't necessarily performed by farmers, so it would be necessary to probably target those sectors differently in the survey next time.
So moving on with the results, we also wanted to just look at the demographic and look at the average herd size or flock size that we have received responses from. It's not, in the interest of time I won't go through it, but so the first thing that we explored was the use of fitness transport resources. What are people turning to if they are struggling to make a decision? And we went for like a TripAdvisor review approach. How likely or unlikely are you to turn to any of these resources? And the most popular option was Ask a Private Vet, which I think is a very good thing because it proves that relationship between farmers and vets. Next was Ask a Colleague, which I think we all expected. Farmers like to discuss their problems with other farmers. And then of actual physical resources, the government website, APHA pages were the most most visited ones. But we did have comments in person that they are difficult to find, difficult to use. So I think, Mike, you also brought this up in your speech, that the resources that we do have available aren't the easiest to use, and more work needs to be done to make them more accessible to everyone who needs them. Claire, do you have anything to talk about the NFU pages or anything?
Yeah, it's really reassuring that all the work we put into the NFU pages, perhaps it isn't that highly rated. So perhaps that's a reflection on knowing where to find the information, knowing where are the credible sources of information, and actually what people need when they're actually making these decisions, which probably is in front of a trailer or in front of an animal, not in front of a computer. So it's about optimising access and optimising probably the modes of that.
So one of the key points that we wanted to look at was how familiar would you say you are with the legislation that exists, and 85% 85.7% of people, farmers that we surveyed, said that they are familiar to very familiar with the legislation. But then further on in the survey, 38.8% of the respondents said that they sometimes, often or very often doubted their decision to transport, which those two figures next to each other don't match up, because if you understand the legislation, why is it not able to be put into place? There must be a problem there with how easy it is to put into practice, or how well people understand the legislation already exists. We also asked what the most problematic conditions were, and you can see from the graph at the bottom here, we had lameness, injuries, pregnancy stages, weather conditions score were all mentioned, but lameness clearly outweighed all the others. Most common problem causer, it was highlighted a lot as borderline animals. They don't know what classes as can move independently. So I think that's something that we need to work on defining more. And I just wanted to key point to some other studies here that we've looked at during this project, where these are almost direct quotes, but lameness scoring among farmers, livestock, drivers and vets is at best moderate, and something needs to be done to unify us all to have the same opinion. And another source also said that, which these sources are available at the end, the study suggested that farmers are confused over slaughter and transportation options. Sorry, I'm struggling with this. Claire, do you have anything else about this one?
No, I think that probably is a reflection actually just generally on, if you look at mobility scoring for dairy cattle for all practices, whether it's for fitness for transport or during just general animal husbandry, is that you get very different responses. And there was a comment from Andy earlier on about benchmarking and where people think they are versus where they actually are in terms of perhaps their position. And I think that rings true probably for things like lameness, and it goes some way to explain probably to why people sometimes doubt their decisions, or their decisions turn out to be wildly different from other people's as well.
So we also asked about whether you check your temperatures, check the outside temperature before transporting your animals, and I asked at what temperature would you consider it too hot, what was the cut-off before you would choose not to transport your animals, and I made an average of the responses, and you can see that from the beef and cattle, these were both higher than the ESO critical temperatures that were identified. So we need to look into that more.
But just to add actually to that, sorry Jenna, is that it is reassuring that the current APHA guidance is not to transport animals over 30 degrees, although the consultation and the review of the legislation that's ongoing is considering other temperature limits too. But at least our members and other farmers reported temperatures below 30 that they were using as their cut-off for now.
So we moved on to future progress and what we can do to unify people. So the question that we used was, can you think of any changes that would improve animal welfare in transport? In hindsight, this was probably a bit of a broad question because we had some very broad answers, but there were some very interesting points raised. A couple of people mentioning that introducing mobile abattoirs would reduce suffering on farm and reduce some of the problems that people are having, especially to do with emergency slaughter. Regulations on vehicles was also brought up a few times, but the overarching thing was more understandable information available. We also asked about extended eligibility for emergency slaughter. 28 people would say that more animals should be eligible for emergency slaughter, and these included from the list below, with quite a few people saying ideally all.
There's perhaps no surprises there, but it is a useful reflection that people have ideas about animals that they would have preferred not to transport, and coming back to some of the earlier questionnaire responses that were finding it difficult to make decisions, and There are protocols for killing of aggressive animals on farm, and I don't think that was really very well mentioned or recognised within the survey responses, so perhaps that was a reflection that actually where mechanisms do exist, they're not that visible, but there were certainly other categories of animals that ideally that farmers wouldn't have transported or have made different decisions on, and so it's certainly an area that would be worth exploring where facilities exist.
So of the 12 negative welfare consequences of transport that I highlighted before that EFSA published, we asked which people were unfamiliar with and would therefore require more guidance, and vehicle motion stress and sensory stimulation were the most popular answers. We have discussed what the reasons for these might be, and we expect that these are more difficult to control than some of the other things, and they may, by trying to control them, contraindicate other things. So it's just looking at how useful it is to manage those ones in comparison with other things. And 53.3% of people said that they would like more guidance to be available, with online resources being the preferred approach.
How do you find that? I find that really positive. You might say that, well, you could have tossed a coin. However, there's 53% of people that would have perhaps used that guidance and made different choices, or felt more confident in their choices, would have felt that actually they got a bit more knowledge, which then hopefully should improve competency. And the question then is, how do we reach the other 46% that perhaps don't realise that they need further guidance or don't see the value in it? And then there's questions there around how can we communicate the value of improved welfare in transport. It's a bit nebulous, there's quite a lot of different factors. Some of them might come down to things like meat quality. So there are studies elsewhere in the world that try to catch that information, and perhaps that's possible to do that in the UK as well.
The final thing that we discussed in this survey was the use of refresher training. We wanted to know whether farmers would think that refresher training would be an effective way of keeping people up to date with the ever-changing legislation and guidance. 60.5% of people said that yes, they think this would be a good option, and regular optional sessions was the preferred approach to this. We also suggested that it could be used as sort of a speed awareness course when APHA identify a problem. Refresher training could be used there, and compulsory sessions is also an unpopular option. I think it's also just worth mentioning there actually that it could be also used as a CPD opportunity for vets, to keep them constantly updated, and as a soon-to-be new grad, that would be something that would really interest me as well. Our final question was, do you have any further comments? And this is just some examples of further comments that people did have. I've highlighted the bits that I think are particularly important, being we need changes but with no extra paperwork. And then I think this is quite an important statement here. There is potentially more suffering on farm because it's too difficult to transport animals. That's something that we really need to change. And then small abattoirs to remain open would also help. And these are the conclusions that we've drawn from the project. Clearer resources are clearly required, and online is the preferred route of doing that. And lameness is the most problematic condition, so that needs to be a focus.
So, in addition to that, there's been quite a few comments and reflections from the responses about emergency slaughter, making those provisions more accessible. So that's something that will be explored further in the HSA conference as well, but is sort of clearly another related aspect of animal welfare policy that relates to fitness to transport, and almost you can't deal with the one without dealing with the other, so it does need to be thought of as more of a holistic policy area.
These are references that we've got so far. My email address is on the start of the presentation, so please feel free to contact me if you want any further questions or resources. Thank you very much.
that was a really interesting presentation. And the findings there are something that I think we need to pay a lot of attention to. My perspective on this is working for Dunby, so we have 11 slaughterhouses across the UK, across all the regions. I'm also chair of the Welfare Committee for the British Meat Processors Association. So this whole topic is very, very, very dear to industry's heart, and it's a heck of a problem for us. It really is. So I think that's highlighting these things today that you've done are really, really important, and finding a solution to help farmers manage this. I just had a couple of brief comments on it. One of the things about resources, there was no mention of asking the slaughterhouse. Now that should be a really good one, because they can usually give a lot of advice about should or shouldn't they. Together with that, one of the ones that we said came out on tops was ask the vet. Now unfortunately, we actually end up seeing quite a lot of vet notes that come in, and actually quite a lot of those animals end up being slaughtered as an immediate slaughter on the vehicle, because they actually weren't fit for transport. So I think there's a gap, some work perhaps needs to be done within the profession about what's absolutely fit, what should or shouldn't come. The piece you mentioned there very much about the on-farm slaughter, I think that's something that desperately needs to be explored. At the moment it's effectively limited to being an accident, and lots of animals don't fit with that. They could be, probably are fit for consumption, but shouldn't travel. What we find at the moment, if they are travel, they're unfit. There's a huge gap in the enforcement that follows back into the transport and farm piece. Very, very, very few referrals are taken forward for Vpha offences. So you could say there's no deterrent, but in one way it would be interesting to explore that would be better. At the same time, to explore the option of how do we help farmers, or help these animals on farm to be slaughtered on farm and come in for consumption. Now that's going to be a legislative approach. And one very last quick bit is about training last month. At the slaughterhouse level, everybody with live animals has the formal COCs. Now they should be in depth. There's a lot of SOPs that go with it, a lot of training, formal assessment. Do you think that something of that nature, to bring it to a higher level of training, should be put in place for transporters and farmers? Sorry for some of the questions.
Trying to remember which one we'll work backwards. Do you want me to So, on the point of COCs, that's something that as you and the industry would probably like to explore, and then to look at the relative value of those COCs, where are COCs working and what they actually do in terms of empowering and giving knowledge to the people that need to make those decisions. Not just the people wearing the red hats, but actually the people that are actually doing the job. Are there learnings from that? COCs are not that old, they're certainly younger than the COCs for welfare and transport. So I think that's a really relevant question, and something that hopefully we can explore in the not too distant future as we look to those aspects of the consultation. Moving backwards again, absolutely relating to on-farm slaughter, and hopefully we can start to move past the conversation. Are these animals fit to the food chain? Clearly, if you know that they get onto a wagon, they do enter the food chain as they pass and their post inspection. So why can't we try and do the right thing for their welfare as well and make sure they're not transported? Because in practice, the questions around fitness for human consumption are being answered anyway. That's a big policy fit, and although legislation has changed in Europe, it's not necessarily going to be something that politically is going to get people excited. Backwards again, you're right around the question around asking OBs, asking slaughterhouses. The asking vet bit probably just got muddled up. We know that asking the OB, or at least asking the abattoir, asking anybody at the end is really, really useful. But as Jenna highlighted, the opportunity for everyone to undertake training so that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet, we're not making different decisions, which clearly people do, particularly around lameness. It's a great starting point.
I think it is worth mentioning as well, we did have a section that question and one person didn't put that they would ask but I would ask them. So the knowledge does exist, it's just people don't necessarily choose it. Alright. Thank you
I'd say thank you very much to Jenna for that very informative talk. So if I can invite Scott to start setting up, but in the meantime, Robert Huey has a special announcement.
Colleagues and friends, the only reason being that I've been around a long time, the presidents of the associations have asked me on your behalf, on behalf of the association's members here and elsewhere, to congratulate Conway on his award by the RCBS of the Impact Award for animal welfare. And so I'm doing now. Round of applause. There's no greater honour for any of us than to be honoured by your peers, and particularly by our regulatory body. And so I hope Conway will allow us all to be the reflected toward, and very well done. And thank you for the work that you've done on the welfare, particularly around the Storrar bit. This is particularly interesting and close to my heart. So well done.
Someone's doing an introduction for Scott.
Shall I do it, Anthony?
Would you introduce yourself?
Okay.
Short introduction.
Thank you very much. So Scott is the head of veterinary and technical policy team responsible for the development and implementation of trade policy. This team deals with imports of a variety of things, it's a long list, with both the EU and non-EU trading partners. It's a complex and diverse role, covering all aspects, again, a very long list. So a significant part of the role over recent years has been to design and develop the future border regime. This has been a unique opportunity to challenge the previous EU approach to border controls and to redesign a risk-based, proportionate, modern regime that meets the needs of GB.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Afternoon all. So yes, I'm Scott Reaney. I work for DEFRA in a team called the Imports and EU Trade Team. And that team is made up of a combination of subject matter experts, policy experts, and also a team of vets. And we are very much focused on building technical border policy. Now, just picking up on one of the talks earlier, all of my vets came through the abattoir route. They were abattoir vets at the start and have worked their way through their career and have ended up with me. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is our future border controls. So the border target operating model. Now, when we were part of the EU, we had to abide by, we had to follow the EU rules around border controls. The problem with that is that the border controls set by the EU have to represent all of the countries within the EU. So those controls don't necessarily focus on what we need as GB. So moving away from the EU, we were in a position, a bit of a unique position, to be able to redefine what our border controls would look like. And we could focus very much on what we need as GB, not as the EU as a whole. So the challenge that came to me and my team was to consider what our future borders could look like if we were to develop them just for us. And the focus that we were asked to consider was trying to minimise the burden placed on trading partners, improve the flow of commodities coming into GB, but at the same time do that across a vista of not compromising our biosecurity and public health and environmental health situation. So it's quite a difficult task, it's quite a difficult challenge that we were faced with, but obviously quite a useful opportunity. There we go. So what we built was a model based on 3 different aspects. We knew we wanted to have a global risk-based approach. We wanted to build our borders on data, on evidence. We also wanted to minimise the administrative burden, streamlining our certification approach. And then also consider things like trust and things like technology and see how we could build those concepts into our future borders. And we'll talk about each one of those in turn. So first of all, I'll start with the risk-based approach. Now we know that not all imported commodities pose the same risk. So for example, a can of processed meat is likely to pose lesser risk than a fresh piece of chicken, just by its inherent nature. So we know that we could actually categorise our risk based on the commodity themselves. That's the approach that's taken by most of the countries around the world, this one tier of categorising based on the individual risk posed by the commodity. But we also know that risk is also not necessarily just limited to those commodities. And we wanted to explore whether we could build in an extra tier of that and look at the risks that are posed by the country that are sending us those commodities. So we could end up with a matrix approach that takes each of the individual commodities that come into the country and the risk posed by those countries that are sending us those material and build this sort of matrix, this complicated matrix, where we have a lot more granularity. So, our TOM categorization is based on the product and the origin. This gives us the ability to be able to say that a particular product coming from one country may have a higher degree of risk than that same commodity coming from a different country where we don't have the same degree of confidence in their controls. Quite a difficult task. Kept me up at night. We're doing through a sort of a multi-tiered approach. So first of all, we've drawn in data. We've drawn in data from across different sources for global risk. We've looked at compliance history from individual countries. We've looked at knowledge we've gained from audits. We've looked at disease profiling in those particular countries and a range of other data that we've fed into a risk assessment on a commodity and country level perspective. And that's given us a ranking of hazards that are coming out of those individual countries. Now, really importantly, it's really key that that wasn't just a sausage machine approach where you stick a whole load of data in the front and we have our borders that plop out of the back. So we built in a risk management element. We put veterinary and subject matter expert eyes on the data that came out of here, and we considered, does this look right? What is our veterinary gut telling us? What is our subject matter expert gut telling us about this data that's coming out of it? Going through that process, we were able to develop a model that gave us 3 different categories: low, medium, and high TOM risk. Now, the reason why I've put TOM in there is that we're not following the same criteria that you would have from a normal risk assessment. What we're doing is putting our commodities into 3 different buckets. So low, medium, and high. We also committed to reviewing that data and reviewing that process on a regular basis. So we'll sit down every 3 months and we'll look at new sets of data. We'll go through that process again. Risks change, disease outbreaks in different countries change that risk profile, and so we have built a continuing mechanism by which we can review and categorise based on risk. Now obviously that needs to give us some output practically. So for the commodities that are in that high TOM risk categorisation, these are largely going to be animals, they're largely going to be journal products, things where the product itself poses an inherent risk. We're going to impose our highest degree of control. So for things falling into that category, we're going to expect pre-notification. We need to know it's arrived. We're going to expect certification. So we've got an OV in the exporting country signing against those conditions. and we're going to be putting our maximum attention of those commodities coming across the border. That makes sense. Live animals can be bringing a disease into the country, and we need to be able to be on top of that. And then we have this TOM medium risk bracket. Now that covers a whole load of products. That covers a lot of products of animal origin. An example there is raw meat. So again, these products could potentially pose a risk, so we need to give them some attention. And we would expect pre-notification, we need to know it's coming in, certification, and the proportionate degree of checks of those commodities as they come across the border. And then, interestingly, we have this low TOM risk category. Now this is the really highly processed stuff, the stuff where we're quite comfortable that it might not pose a risk, and we have confidence of where it's coming from. So it could be a country where we've got a lot of knowledge and a lot of data that says, okay, we're quite confident in the official controls in those countries. And for those commodities, we still need pre-notification. We still need to know that they've come into the country. But we're saying that we don't necessarily need to have a certificate for those. They could come across on a commercial document. And we would not routinely carry out checks at the border for those commodities. We would still retain the option to be able to pull one of those low-risk commodities over as they come through our BCPs and say, we're going to carry out a check. That's important. I went to several BCPs when we were building this and talked to some of the guys there, and they have that scope to be able to see a wagon coming across the border and say, that'll look right. I want to be able to pull that in and have a little look at it. So we've maintained that on what we're doing with the target operating model. So what does this give us? So it gives us physical and identity checks that are proportionate to the risk. It gives us an ability to be able to target our resource. If we focus our resource on the areas where we have our biggest concern, less resource on areas where we're quite comfortable for things to go forward, that is a good use of that resource. That gives us some confidence that we're focusing that resource and spending that money wisely. Intelligence-led checks, maintaining the ability to be able to steer those checks based on intelligence, carry out sampling on the highest risk commodities, things like that. And again, keeping the whole process under regular review. The next tier is around streamlining certificates. So there are a couple of things that we picked up there. So when we left the EU and our vets were signing certificates to move commodities into the EU for the first time in some cases, a lot of the feedback I got from my policy desk was that the certificates were complicated. They were long, there was lots of words in there. They are tailored for maybe some of the risks that are occurring in countries where we don't have the disease. Understanding what was in our certificate took a long time for vets to get their head around. When we were part of the EU, I was also in those same conversations with vets in the EU that were saying, the certificates are really long and complicated, Scott, can't we streamline those? They were also prone to administrative errors. I'll give you an example. So we had commodities that came over beginning of this year, where the vet's pen had run out before he got to the end of the line and he was crossing things out. So the last two words on that line were left uncrossed out. You could look at the paper, you could see the score line where the rollerball had gone across there, but there was no ink in the pen, and he just not crossed out to the end. That consignment was held up. It was held up for a couple of days in the port. It cost the importer a lot of money and demurrage charges, and started a lot of conversations between us and the country that it was coming from. Holding commodities up just due to minor administrative errors doesn't really make sense. It's probably not something that we want to be championing, and it just causes a lot of complexity and a lot of issue. There's also a problem with the EU certificates. Now, I'm not EU bashing. I wrote some of the certificates. I know that there are problems there. But we evolved those certificates on certificate-by-certificate basis, which means that we might have started out with the same attestation clause on the certificate, but over time we've changed and tweaked. So if you look across the board on those certificates, they've evolved in different directions, which means there's different language used in different certificates for the same reassurance. Just an artifact of the way in which the certificates are put together. So we wanted to try and address some of those issues. So what we've tried to do is draft our new certificates with simple, straightforward, clear attestation clauses. So straightforward 1 or 2 line sentences. Now obviously the OV that is signing those certificates, the official vet that's picking up that piece of paper, needs to understand what we want from GB perspective. And so behind those certificates we've provided notes for completion, an explanation of what we want to do, what the vet is signing against when he's writing on that form, that certificate. This is the benefit of making the certificate shorter, concise, clearer, also reduces the amount of paperwork that comes across the border, and we've also built all of those attestations into a library. So if there are attestations covering similar different controls, we can use the same wording across all of our certificates. If we need to change something, we can change it in the library and it will replicate across all of our certificates. It gives us that consistency. A vet picking up a GB certificate, looking at a clause for, let's say, Trichinella, will have the same sort of wording across all the certificates where that applies. We give a bit of a shout out to Anthony, who led on some of that work and has done a marvellous job pulling all that together. We're hoping that we'll see fewer administrative errors. We definitely will have less paper coming across the border, so less paper at the port of entry where the staff are going to be able to quickly and more efficiently do paperwork checks. We'd also have a faster response to changes. If we need to make changes to our certificates, it's a straightforward change on the database, which then we can replicate through our certificates. Also, we've built this with one eye to the future. What we're going to be doing in the future is moving away from paper into an electronic certification format. Using simple, straightforward attestation clauses with information behind that is very much what that is going to look like, a paperwork digital certificate system. I'm envisaging something that is along the lines of when you fill in your tax return, if you go onto the website, there's a question there and a little I button that you press and it gives you all the information as to what you're signing against in the background. So we built our certificates with that in our mind, with one eye on that. But to quickly touch on technology. So this is a longer term vision. This is where we want to go. This is what we're trying to get to. There's probably more information in your mobile phone that's sitting on your desk in front of you than we had available to us when we built our original borders. So I see that in the near future, mid-future, we will have a situation where we'll be able to draw some technology data into our border controls. Now that may be GPS tracking, it may be cold chain data, it may be other data that is currently being developed within businesses. If we can have that data made available to us as a competent authority at the border, it may reduce some of the burden of and the time taken to get commodities across our border into the country. It might also give us a lot more confidence in what's coming over. The more data we have on a particular product without having to stop and open the back of that wagon up, the better it's got. We may get stronger controls by using some of that data. So it may give us that improved assurance. And it may give us technology-driven efficiency, so we may be able to pull that data in and not stop as many vehicles at the border. Another future element is trust. I hate the word trust in this context because that is not, we're not saying we believe that everything you tell us is right business. What we're trying to do in this space is see whether there are certain types of defined supply chains, defined management chains, business controls that are in place that we could audit and monitor. And because we have that confidence in what they're doing, because we've got eyes on what their systems are, we could see a system where an individual business would have a freer ride to get their commodities across the border. Backed up by competent authority, watching and seeing what's happening, backed up by competent authority audit, but we could see a situation where we'd have greater logistical flexibility. We have 3 pilots that are running at the moment. They launched only last week, and we're waiting for businesses to approach us. The reason why we're taking this step, the reason why we're piloting things rather than running straight in, is if any of these go wrong, I've got 500 containers stuck at the border that I'm trying to move forwards because there are digital systems or their electronic data has fallen down. So we're taking it a little bit slower, but we're piloting these systems. We've got 3 different tiers. We've got certification, logistics model, which is looking at the way in which we can flow information on certificates. We've got checks away from the border. Now this doesn't mean replicating a BCP at a place of origin, but it means targeting the information that we can pull away from the border, which gives us assurance, and journey assurance models, which essentially is the way in which you can track goods as they flow. So these pilots are launching now. They'll run through a pilot phase, and then we'll be able to build them into our future border, and that's quite important. The stuff we're doing on the border at the moment, the target operating model at the moment, is a first step. I see this evolving and evolving and evolving. So we don't get into a position where our borders are fixed, our borders are rigid. We'll be able to respond to new technology, new approaches and new challenges, and keep building those into the system. In terms of timeline, now, I focused very much on animals and animal products and things like that throughout this next few slides, but there is an equivalent timeline, equivalent systems in place for plants. So at the moment we're asking for pre-notification for EU and non-EU animals and animal products. We're also carrying out physical and identity checks on the rest of the world and EU live animals and general products. From January of next year, for medium risk goods, we'll be switching on a lot of our controls. We'll be expecting export health certificates for medium risk animal products, and we'll be expecting a similar equivalent for plants, as I said. And then from 30th of April, risk-based checks at the borders and low-risk animal products from non-EU countries will fall out of the requirement certification. So, that is a quick run-through of the type of things that we've been building, the type of things that we've been thinking about over the past 18 months or so to try and get this model in place and ready to go. It's been a collaboration between DEFRA, Welsh Government, Scottish Government, Food Standards Agency, Food Standards Scotland, other agencies have all fed into this model. We've used a lot of vet resource, we've used a lot of vet thinking, especially on the risk categorization. I sat in a room with some of the sort of brightest vets we have and a lot of the subject matter experts on various different commodities, and we thrashed through where those categories need to be. Just for the EU products of animal origin, there was over 15 hours worth of conversations taking place just to try and work out where we were. Those staff, those vets in that space were brilliant. They were willing to challenge thinking, challenge where they were at the moment, challenge what our current border controls are, and come up with something that fits with what our overall objectives are. And I think we've built something. We've built something that I'm quite proud of. I think it is the right way to go. Minimising the risk to the burden on businesses, but at the same time maintaining really strong biosecurity controls, maintaining really good public health controls on our systems, and giving us a border that I think will be really strong, really robust, and will be able to evolve. When I'm having conversations about what we're doing with trading partners around the world, they're all saying, this is quite special, this is something that we should have been doing for a long time. Even member states, when I'm talking individually to member states, they're saying, yeah, this is addressing a lot of the problems that we've been living with for a long period of time. So I'm hoping that we're on the right track. And if you invite me back next time, I'll tell you how we're doing. Okay, any questions? Cindy at the back.
Hello. Hello, my name is Patricia. Good afternoon. I am the import technical lead for Evelyn Jones, and I've worked in the import side for nearly 17 years. I'm a little bit concerned regarding the low risk products. I think there is a huge difference with the rest of Europe, and I have big concerns. because there are a lot of products that are going through much more controls in Europe. I think we are becoming a very weak point of entry. And there are a lot of products that if I was a third country and I had to go through Europe, I know they're going to ask me for health certification, they're going to ask me to fulfill a lot of controls. On the other hand, to come to the UK, to GB, there are no controls whatsoever. Where am I going to send my worst products, the ones that are not as good? Do I go through the country that's going to accept it with no controls whatsoever? That's one thing. Then also, the problem with those products, they are coming with no certification whatsoever. So we are condemning those products to a dead end. Those products will not be able to be used to re-export anywhere else because any other European Union or many other countries will require certification for it. How are our export vets going to be able to issue a health certificate for products that came with no certification, no guarantees whatsoever? So the low risk, I think, is a bit worrying, and I think we are becoming a weak country compared to the European Union.
So I'll pick up both those points. So first of all, on the low-risk goods, so the categorisation of low-risk goods are those goods that are likely to pose lowest risk. So these could be canned goods, for example. It could be goods that are highly processed. And we're not saying no controls at all. What we're saying is they still need to come in with a commercial document. They still need to come in with pre-notification. And we're also expecting that there will be a degree of checks domestically. We'll build up our controls so we can identify if there is a trend or if there is a pattern emanating from those low-risk goods coming in. So it's not necessarily we're saying, okay, just bring everything in and we're going to ignore. There's still going to be in our official control vista in that we may be looking at domestic controls at the place of origin, we may be doing traceability through that, and we'll be pulling that data into the centre for analysis. We're also not taking away, and I mentioned that's quite important, we're not taking away the scope for a low level of checks of some of those commodities coming in from various different countries. So if we are getting a product that's coming in that we've got concerns about, then we can focus on those goods as well and target some of those goods, okay, maybe not at the level that we're doing at the moment. And the question about comparing GB controls to the EU controls, you could ask the same question the other way around. Does the EU need to control those goods in the same way that GB is? And some of those conversations that I've had with the Commission, where we've been talking through these processes, we say, look, it can of highly processed meat, for example, that's come from a country that we've got good confidence in. Why do we need to be looking at those at the same degree that we were doing when we were part of the EU? And they sort of acknowledged that, they acknowledged the concept of what we're trying to do. And to pick up your second point around re-exportation and certification, while we're not asking for certification on low-risk goods coming into the country, there may be scope, there may be something that business may want to be able to allow re-export. And we could see pre-certification on some of those from a commercial basis, or support health attestation data to allow them to be able to be re-exported. There is scope for them still to be able to get that information to allow them to recertify. And I think it's, the fact that they're coming in with no official certificate that we're demanding doesn't mean that we can't get goods back into the EU. And that's exactly the same thing that's happening at the moment, because obviously we're bringing European goods into GB and we're exporting them back out again, even though we're not expecting certification for European goods at the moment. So we have a system where information is being passed to OVs to allow them to sign for re-export. It'll just be more of a business as usual situation at that point.
We've had cases when something was rejected in the UK, went to the European Union and they accepted and just came by truck.
Yeah, that's what and we have to watch that. That's something we have to watch. That's happening now.
I know it is happening.
That's happening now. So it's how we tie that up and how we close that down to make sure that doesn't happen is something that we need to look at and need to work on.
We'll have to wrap up questions just for now, otherwise we won't get to coffee, but there will be some more time for questions after coffee. Is there a big objection? No? Can we wait until after coffee? Okay, good. Didn't want to riot. So I've just, Mike, did you want to say a few quick words before we have the break? And we'd also like to say, sorry, thank you very much to Scott for that very important.
interrupt coffee because there's two very important announcements. Firstly, I forgot to thank Anthony when I thanked the Congress team, and I'm desperately sorry, Anthony. Your contribution is much, much appreciated. I also would like to ask Milorad to stand up, please. Milorad, as we all know, has done a fantastic job behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. His dear wife won't let him do too much anymore, and we have wrapped him up in cotton wool and are very, very mindful of his dodgy ticker. But Milorad, you've done a fantastic job, and we just have a little thank you for you somewhere, which we will perhaps give you to you later. But Milorad, a round of applause for Milorad. Which we will give to her coffee. And also on that note, I would like to ask Simon, I think he's probably out having coffee. Simon has done a fantastic job, and again, thanks to E&J for liberating a bit of time to help us organise this conference. But here he comes. I just want everyone. Simon, come on in. A big thank you to Simon, and I'd like to give a round of Simon, we have your little gift and thank you. Well, so, Madeleine, please present it. Simon, thank you very much. I was a little bit nervous we were going to have a Spanish incident there, but we got away. Thank you very much. Let's have some coffee. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm going to coordinate this session. Sorry for you. We've got 35 minutes at 4:30. We have got to leave this room. And now we will go through the questions and answers in a way, but before we go that, each group yesterday, we had the so-called liquidized discussions, round table discussions, and they're going to feedback us all what was discussed yesterday and what is the conclusion from those great discussions. So, the group one first, please.
Hello everyone, me again. Just wanted to say a really quick thank you on behalf of all the students and the ambassadors here. We cannot thank you enough for being so lovely, so welcoming, so engaging. We feel very respected, very heard, and it's really amazing that we get to come to things like this and feel as equals and feel like we're getting as much as we can out of it. So, as Milorad said, yesterday we had our roundtable discussions and we're going to start, we were the first table.
So on table 1, we were looking at the control of meat production using risk-based meat safety assurance systems. Some of the points we discussed were that in order to get to risk-based meat safety assurance systems, to prioritise resources, you need a system that's free from conflict of interest, which requires critical, unbiased analysis. And there was a bit of discussion about how that plays into financial power and financial weight, for example, of food business operators, and how, although they can't do unannounced visits, no farm would actually say no to them having an unannounced visit, whereas certain authorities might be able to do different things based on what the farmer needs from them. And then we also discussed that we would need standardised procedures longitudinally throughout, from farm level to abattoir to supermarkets. And Because some of the risks at farm level, the abattoir can't control what turns up on their doorstep. For example, if it's already contaminated meat, there's only so much you can do to reverse that. And there was also discussion about international sanitisation of procedures, as farmers ideally want to make the most from the carcass that they can, and if that involves exporting products, then what needs to be standardised internationally to make that happen, and account for the varied risks throughout the country and internationally, but be able to adapt those systems, for example, for wild game or in smaller abattoirs. There was definitely a sentiment that it was key to keep visual inspection of animals as the carcass tells a story. And as Dragan said in his talk, actually a lot of the disease isn't visible. However, animal welfare is visible. For example, bruises on the meat. And then there was also a final discussion of what is a risk, and that is can be perception-based, and ideally it would be scientific evidence-based. However, consumer pressure on food business operators, again, could play into what is asked for by consumers in that system. But the ideal would be then to get a scientific evidence-based system. Thank you.
And thank you very much for being constructive. And the first, just to prove the point that complex things could be said in 3-4 minutes in a constructive way. And I'm sure that Dragan will pick up some of these points that the group yesterday discussed and students capably passed to use, like prioritization. The group 2, please. Who was the group 2 and what was the scope of your discussion with all people around the table?
Okay, so we were group 2 and our topic was puppy farming. So we had a real range of people at our table with a range of experiences. So from us who didn't really know much about the extent of this issue to Madeline, for example, who's actually been doing inspections at places like this. But the thing that we all had in common is we all knew someone that had bought a puppy from a car park with cash, and I'm sure we've all heard of these incidences. So we're going to just summarise the main problems that we discussed with this industry, and also talk about the potential solutions that we came up with. So first of all, we discussed that it's very difficult to control this issue as the industry has so much money in it, but also there's not actually one definition of a puppy farm that it's easy to identify. Secondly, there are penalties for this, often financial, but often these aren't enough to deter those responsible. We discussed how many people involved in puppy farming also have side businesses in drug dealing or people smuggling, and it can be a really nasty business. So often the penalties that we have in place right now will just not be enough to deter them, they'll simply do it again, and it's clear that it's not being addressed correctly currently. Next, we discussed the public's contribution, as clearly there is a demand for this supply. So public awareness and education is clearly insufficient, and it causes this kind of increase in the do-gooder sort of image, people really wanting to help when they see a puppy that's in this state, but not understanding the industry that they're contributing to. And lastly, we also discussed the issue internationally, so import checks, how there's very limited checks at border control, and it's very easy that if someone is caught once, they can just come back next week and it will be fine, so it's not actually deterring people.
Thank you. So we discussed how we can make improvements based on these points. So the first thing we picked up is that we need a better definition of what puppy farming constitutes. We need harder penalties to stop the fines being treated as a business expense. We need to increase public knowledge to break the supply and demand chain, and international communication about management and controls needs to improve. Thank you.
So group 3, please.
So we're group 3, and we were looking at controlling land, sky, and sea borders. Unfortunately, our professor got lost by himself, but I tried our best to recap encapsulate what we talked about yesterday. So I came up with some of the points. So the key points that we addressed were that there are many levels that borders can be integrated. So for example, nationally you can have compartmentalization, but such as what Andy said today with the horses in the London Olympics as well, that can be like a smaller border locally, but you can also have them internationally. And the control of borders is limited by uncontrollable wild animal infection movement, illegal trade, and the movement of tourists and animal products. For example, in African swine fever, the import of meat that people bring in on planes. Climate change will affect risk areas and therefore affect our ability to defend physical borders. There's a real need for cost-effective, risk-based approaches to border control. There's a need for fair risk assessment before enforcing control to ensure fairness and prevent victimization. And there's alternatives to physical borders which should be prioritized as well, such as horizon scanning and digital borders, and those that we'll talk about, like new technologies that could be implemented.
I think we discussed the need for robust plans for notifiable diseases and other disease outbreaks, and the need for quality surveillance. And it's all about having that proactive approach rather than a reactive approach. And with that, the use of technology should be explored to safeguard, whether it's sort of a national level or as local as just a farm or a particular shed in a farm, to safeguard the health and well-being of the animals on that premise.
Thank you very much. And the fourth group, please. Probably the most challenging group. For one reason or another, but you hear what you think. I don't know what you say.
So we had the beauty of a very inspiring but also quite intimidating group with some very important people on it. Fran, do you want to?
Yeah, so we were on table 4 and we were discussing potential collaboration between VPHA, AGV and BSAS. So we talked about a variety of issues and agreed on how important One Health and collaboration is between these different associations and societies, especially with certain issues, for example, those concerning climate change or lots of different groups. However, we found it quite difficult to practically think about how to achieve this. So one idea we had was to encourage people from these different associations and societies to speak at conferences like this, and to help get conversations going about current issues, hearing from people with different backgrounds, for example, the animal scientists, and other people outside the veterinary profession as well.
I think it was definitely shared that there was a lot of overlap between how BSAS feel and also us at VPHA. And this idea of the generalist being sexy and the squiggly career path is something which we should embrace as a profession, and to empower our colleagues. So the nutritionists, the environmentalists, who definitely have a part to play, especially in the One Health agenda. I think we also agreed that that topic as a whole can be something which is quite vague and difficult for us to sort of synthesise, and perhaps as a profession we need to concise that a bit more to something more tangible for us to achieve and work towards as a profession and just in general. But I think as a whole we established that there was quite a lot of trust involved in all parties, so whether it's clients, retailers, and just us as professions with evidence-based medicine is certainly something that is going in the right direction. We need to continue to keep doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, quite interesting feedback, especially you mentioned 2 words, emotional and sexy, in the 4th group. That's what we were talking about, so the future is bright. Now we are moving to quick sort of question session, and thank you for fantastic feedback. First of all, we haven't forgotten, and we must not forget colleagues who are virtually with us. And apologies that things did not work so well this morning. It happens, it happens. Becky, do we have anyone, saying anything from and asking any questions? We must give them first their opportunity to ask us a question, please.
Yeah, so there's just one comment specifically, probably for Kim and Nick, from Dorota, asking if the FSA's NFCU, so the National Food Crime Unit, are informed about samples with a low probability British origin.
And that's a question for? Now, how we will work, just to let you know. I will try to coordinate, and Juan will come to you when you are asking a question. But Juan is, and I agree that he's not going to give you a microphone, because in that case you will talk for about 10 minutes and you don't have much time. So focus on your question. Just say what you want to say on the question, and all people around who were speakers today will focus on their short and concise answer. That will make us all happier. Right. Don't give him a microphone, please.
The short and concise answer is no. I will explain if I'm allowed.
Please.
So at the moment, the way that we use the isotope verification is to underpin the quality assurance scheme. So the agreement is with the assurance scheme owners that we give the information back to them, and then they follow it up to underpin assurance. So if we had consistent failures from a particular supply chain, then we might have to think about that, and maybe the answer would be yes. But
good. So you are not getting away yet. So more questions for them, because we didn't give them any opportunity before the lunch. Does anybody have any question for Kim and Nick, please? Yes, please. Short. No, I'm not giving you mine. No,
well, it's not so much a question, but more of a comment that the process that was mentioned around about testing meat and so on is also being used by Meat Promotion Wales HCC to verify that carcasses are genuinely Welsh beef or Welsh lamb, so they're using a similar sort of process to do that.
Any comments, Nick? Or?
Yeah, they use a different supplier but the same technology. Yeah.
Anybody want to ask a question or comment about specifically for Nick and Kim? The third time, no? So you, very good, thank you very much. Now we are moving to Scott. Scott didn't have an opportunity to be asked any questions. Any questions for Scott, please?
I don't want it, thanks. Scott, well done. Great talk. Very, very clearly described. You set yourself a test which was aligning with international standards. To what degree did you manage to meet that? Second, will we import low-risk commodities from any country in the world? And third, how will you treat the EU? Is it a bloc or is it 27?
Okay, so first question in terms of aligning with international standards, we've run our processes around the thinking on international standards, and we think we're on board, we're not challenging any of that. Your second question around accepting low-risk goods from any particular country, a low-risk good is only defined as a consequence of it being a low-risk product from a country that you trust. So it's given that granularity, I think that's the key. So and it's not trusting the country as a whole, it's trusting the country for that individual product. So we've got that granularity that's built in there. So answering your question is yes, but the definition is slightly different in terms of what that will mean in practice. And in terms of treating the EU as a whole, as a single bloc, yes, we have to. We don't have that choice. So part of when we left the EU, one of the points that we agreed was that we would treat the EU as a single entity, which means that we would trade with the EU as this one big mass of a bloc. It's been really challenging in terms of working out what the risk categorization is, treating the EU as a bloc, because they're not one epidemiological unit. So we've had to build that very much into our risk management thinking. Take all those individual information points from the risk assessment, which is done by a member state level, but then consolidate that in the risk management phase into a risk score, treating the EU as a single bloc. There are pros and cons for various different member states going down that route, but that's what we were forced to do. Our hands were tied.
Excellent. Thank you for a clear question and clear answer. We will continue in that fashion now.
Thank you. Two very quick questions. Firstly, obviously, the country continues to experience significant shortages of vets, generally speaking. Did you do any analysis on, or are you able to inform me on how many additional vets will be required in order to meet the new demands that will come in place for physical inspections from next April? Draw a breath. And secondly, obviously BCPs will need to put tenders out. They should have already put them out in order to award contracts and therefore for providers to actually start trying to find some vets from somewhere to deliver them. Have you any idea on when those tenders are going to come out?
I'm going to give you a vague answer because I don't know the answers. So the first point around vet resource, the vet resource hasn't driven the risking. The risking is very clinical. The risking has been very much, let's go through the process and look at it with veterinary and subject matter expert eyes to come to that point. We are expecting that moving some of the commodities into the low risk category from EU and moving some of the rest of the world commodities into the low risk category will ease some of the veterinary burden. There will obviously be an increase in demand for vets coming across the border. That analysis is ongoing at the moment. We've only just finished the risk analysis section. So it's a massive task with a lot of data points. But that work is ongoing at the moment where they're just looking at what the consequences are of where we've placed various different commodities from countries in those categories. Again, give me a month and I'll tell you where we are on that. That analysis is ongoing. Similarly with the BCP point, where do we need BCPs? What is the capacity we need to build into that? It's not necessarily my team, it's more on the implementation side of things, but again, the analysis based on the data that we've generated is what is being pulled together at the moment. And again, give me a little bit of time, I'll tell you this.
Sorry, what that second point was more of a BCP will now need a vet where it didn't need a vet, or a BCP will need more vets. BCPs tend not to have a fully insourced model, so therefore they will need to go out to market. Yep. In order to go out to market, most of the big ones will have to put a tender document out. When are the tenders coming out? Because they didn't get any clarity of funding from DEFRA in order to do that. Is there still that lack of clarity on funding, or is that just completely not your...
I can't answer that. It's completely outside of my wheelhouse.
Good, excellent. So, for young veterinary college students, good to see when we don't know something, government officials, we don't know, we don't pretend that we know when we don't know. That's a fantastic sort of, and we are not ashamed that we don't know. That's a learning point. Any more questions for Scott, please?
Scott, anything on the charging model, what you're going to use? I thought that was the answer, but...
Not from me.
Well, I suppose at the microphone. Any clarity on the Western Front and the complexities of the EU country to the west and the EU entity that's a top of it?
Again, they're conversations that we're having at the moment. We're having with your guys as well, so that's the conversations that we're working through at the moment and the analysis of that. Just on the point of not necessarily knowing the answers, sometimes it does mean that we have to spend a little bit more time to get the data to back up those answers. So it's not just a case of not knowing. Sometimes it has to go through its process to be able to get that data, to be able to tell us what those answers are.
I got a question. Yes. On your presentation, you were clearly explaining where certification has got a small mistake and the container has been rejected. I have suffered that situation being an ex-PROE. And obviously you say about the future going into digital certification, that clearly that's the answer, that would make our life much easier. How are we with that situation?
I think we're in a good position. The whole process of digital certification is complicated. So it's not only coming up with a system that's in GB, it needs to be a system that can communicate with all of our trading partners around the world. And we are in a situation where every trading partner has their own systems. So getting those systems to talk to our systems and having a harmonised approach with each individual country and each individual trading partner is a really complicated beast. And if we mess that up, the paperwork issue that you face is going to be 100 times worse, because if the system goes down and we have no way of getting those commodities across the border, that is going to be a real challenge. So we need to take relatively small steps. We need to test each one of those steps to make sure it's working. So what we come up with at the end of the day is robust, it's reliable, it's not going to cause us any problems. Those those conversations and those analyses are going on at the moment. We're talking with trading partners like Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Some of the South American countries are also really interested in working with us in terms of digitisation. And it's building that interface and that approach that allows countries to be able to talk to each other and transfer data in a reliable way that is going to be a bit of a challenge. It's not easy. It's not just throwing a switch and building an app. It is making sure that we've got traceability and robust ways of transferring that data.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will open the questions for any of our speakers today since the very beginning, from Dragan and Mike, and again in the same criterion. Short, getting to the point, and it is for Mike and Amelia. Question quick for Mike and no Mike, sorry.
Well, it was for Mike. Okay. Now, first I wanted just to say thank you to my students because they've done an amazing job here. All of them, not only the ones who have presented, but he has worked a lot as well, I'm sure. And a shout out especially for Jenna because she had like virtually 1 week and a little bit to prepare all of this and analyze the results and everything else, and it wasn't what she was supposed to be doing during that week. So I think she made a fantastic effort and a really nice presentation, and of course Thomas as well. And my question was for Mike. Yes. So when you see all of those cases of rehomed pets or rehoming centers that are appalling, obviously, and the mental health of the animals is affected, do you ever come across problems with the owners? Like, do you suspect that the owners also have mental health issues? And is there a way to link or to report that so they can also address so they don't abuse their family members as well as they are using the animals, or they get the help that they might need?
Okay, that's quite a complex issue. A lot of people who go into rescue world and collect animals do have this syndrome that's often referred to as hoarding, and they believe that they're the only person on this earth that can care and look after the animals properly. So that is a recognised health issue. The problem is that they then tend to overload themselves. It's normally what happens is they collect so many animals that they then can't cope, and so they lose control of the situation and don't recognise when they've gone over that line. So a lot of it is done through enforcement and enforcement notices and improvement notices to try and get them to ramp back to a position of control. But if they can't do that, then Animal Welfare Act has to come in and animals dealt with under that jurisdiction.
Thank you. I was just wondering if the clinics that you suspect abuse or mistreatment, then you have to involve the SPCA, etc. But if the animal is not physically damaged, but mentally damaged, and you can see that the owner is not that well, if there is that link that you can address as a vet, as a professional.
It comes back to that issue of would a veterinarian in a small animal practice would be quite good at spotting physical injury and therefore signs of this non-accidental injury, and there's now protocols in place for dealing with that and for reporting it. I would be surprised if vets in practice are yet in a position of confidence to start reporting behavioural issues, although if it was an aggressive dog beyond the pale, I would hope they might. But the processes are there. It's still a non-accidental injury in effect, because they've managed that dog so badly that they've allowed it to run out of control. And Dangerous Dogs Act starts to kick in with a dog out of control in a public place, etc., as well as animal welfare. So there are enforcement regulations in place to deal with it. It's whether that would get reported through.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I thought that was a fascinating talk. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry not to see a picture of good poppy farming, because not knowing anything about it, I could see the bad, but I'd be interested to see the good. And I wondered if there's more of a role, especially given resources in government, for the BBA and subdivisions to possibly to educate the public, because I think if the public are well informed, they might be our advocates. And I thought maybe we could take a leaf out of Andy Paterson's talk about the biosecurity with a good and bad picture book. And if we as BBA or the veterinary profession could make a good and bad picture book and share that with veterinary practices having their waiting rooms for the public to see, you might make a lot of just educating the public to help control the problem. Has anything been done in that direction?
Thank you for that. I have a very depressing answer to that. I get called in to some of the more challenging cases. I've yet to see an example of good practice.
That's a fantastic answer, Mike. Getting to the point. Any other questions for anybody?
Can I just add to that? Well, maybe we should make an example. I mean, maybe we should set out something and take some pictures and say this is what it should look like and share that.
Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you.
Colin. In relation to Gemma and Claire, they mentioned in their talk about mobile slaughterhouses as being one potential option. We know that there is currently one mobile slaughterhouse operating in the UK or in England. However, it's far from mobile in the sense that it can't just move from place to place. It has to have a lot of infrastructure. It's not the answer to getting things sorted out on farm. I know that Charlie will probably agree with me here. It's all be my opinion. They'd be far better off moved around about livestock markets for the farmers to have access to in that way. That's my point of view. And on the subject of emergency slaughter, the legislation is very clear. We have to stick to legislation, and it says the vet has to examine it and it has to be present at the time of slaughter before they certify. There's not much we can do about it. It has to be an accident. But there is a provision that was introduced post us leaving Europe, which allows for up to 3 cattle to be slaughtered on a farm of origin if they can't be transported, but it's not being implemented in the UK. I'm not awfully sure it will be.
Thank you. That was more a comment, if I understood.
Yes.
Any questions for anybody? Maybe final question or exceptionally one more? Anybody? Yes. No, Mike, you
I can just maybe respond to what you just said. When we were looking at getting the background for our project, we looked at what was the shortest journeys that farmers make when they're transporting animals, and it was to livestock markets. They were consistently the shortest journeys. So when we've been discussing the use of mobile abattoirs, setting up at livestock markets as their location, not being mobile but being closer, was an option that we have already discussed, and we hope that will carry on to be discussed.
Thank you very much. Final question, please. The shortest possible question in the history.
Thank you for today. And something that's really struck me is how it's spoken to the multidisciplinary roles of vets across the board. I commend the students. I think you've done a fantastic job. I didn't have to do what you've done today when I was at that stage of veterinary education. So. Yeah, really well done. And Jenna, I was fascinated in your talk, something you said about that farmers talk to one another to share their troubles, which may be true. Equally, if anyone's got any research or social science evidence around whether they do or they don't, I'd be really fascinated to know, because there's some things in my new agenda and portfolio that I need to try and tackle that really do speak to, which really are about education, communication and relationships. And what we've heard also is the central role of vets, but you need to have resources in education to do that and work with those clients, farmers, etc. So yeah, who talks to who and what they know and what they don't know is crucial. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you have said something what I meant to say. You mentioned students and you thanked them. Can we once more thank to our students for today? Our sole token of gratitude for And we've got something for students. Really, we are not going to invite you one by one. You have been here, you said your names, and we know what you have done, and we are grateful. But we will bombard you with a little presents for each of you from VPHA and AGV, and with the biggest thank. And it looks like the emerging theme is coming for the next year. Maybe something about psychology and emotions and how to, from theory to practice. As Richard said, that's what we are interested in. Theory, but how to make it happen in the end of the day. But what, and we need to brainstorm a little bit. Right. In addition to thanking you, I wanted to thank everybody for fantastic contribution today and being on time. And I have been asked, some of you have got taxi booked. Can you stand up who has got taxi booked in the 15 to 5, quarter to 5, to be at the reception if you want to share a taxi in a sustainable way? Yes, police station. Yes, right. So, Simon, I think...
I've got one taken here.
You know, in our organizing committee, we have got Juan, we have got Anthony, we have got Rhiannon, and we have got Simon, of course, and it's a very much multidisciplinary team. But there is one person that really keeps us in a sort of nice, and that's Rhiannon. Behind the scene, in a quiet way, she does what none of us wants to do, and building these things and thinking always in a genuinely maternal, brotherly, sisterly way. I don't know how to call it, but thank you, Rhiannon, for everything what you have done for all of us. Thank you. For all of us. And right, you must have, of course. Yeah, thank you very much. And this one is for Murdoch. This is for Murdoch. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, in an orderly fashion now, all right, oh, how could I? Right. There are two persons in this room that we haven't mentioned so far in a quiet way, who have been friends of our association for the last 3-4 years. And that's family Hoffman. Joe, our professional cameraman, and his brother. And we really like you having with us. And we also want to thank you for your wonderful help today and before.